मुझे एक है आउटडेटेड
और श्वेता मैम से ऑलरेडी प्रिंट करवा के मैंने भिजवा दी थी वहाँ पे।
मॉनिटर
कितने बजे भेजा?
यार तो जब शाम को
नहीं है।
सिर्फ ये बोला था कि बिल
ये
ठीक
थम
है
थम थम थम
पौने 11 बजे भेजा लेकिन
फोन
मुझे
किया था मुझे भेजा ना मेरी सचिन सर से बात हुई सचिन सर कहते
ते थांब जरा तू नको देऊस का
और योगेश ने मेरे को दिया था कुछ बना के
नको देऊ
ये जो भाई ने आपको देखो मुझे बंद करें प्रिंट
लैपटॉप में आवाज आ रही है।
मैंने डिस्कशन किया था कि ये आज
कैमरा था,
हो गया था मेरे ये
कैमरा डायरेक्ट है।
हा येते ना म्युझिक येते की
माईक वर बोल
ते कसं
हॅलो 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 हॅलो
नाही आता
हे याचं इंटरनल माईक चालू
फुल आवाज येतो.
हॅलो हॅलो
अजेंडा
Check. Check das. Check. Hey, check. check test है check check है check check है येतोय check one है check check test check check है check check one check है check one है test check check test है check है check check test check check one है check है मॉनिटरला वर करायला आहे. चेक वन है टेस्ट चेक टेस्टिंग चेक वन है बसमध्ये टाकू चेक है चेक पण येतोय काय काय प्रॉब्लेम नाही चेक वन है टेस्ट
हॅलो हॅलो
तुझे कानात
हॅलो एव्हरीवन गुड मॉर्निंग टू ऑल
भाषण बोलत आता भाषण बोलत आहे.
Good morning, everyone. Request everyone to settle down. I'm Bhavisha Sanadia. On behalf of the organizing committee and the team, I extend a warm welcome to each and everyone who's present here at the 6th annual year-end review in Lung Cancer 2022, as we know as our Lung Connect yearly meeting. It's such a pleasure to see faces, known faces, and some new faces as well. It's always, I think most of us really look forward to this meeting because we all can connect with each other, meet each other, and especially in the last 2-3 years, the last meeting was a hybrid one where some of us were able to meet, and this time we are physically again meeting as a bigger group. In 2017, I clearly remember, was the first time when we met at as an NGO workshop which was organized at ITC Parel. So over there, that was our first meeting in 2017 December, where Dr. Kumar Prabhas had brought all the NGOs together and said, let us work together and see what we can do for the patients. And there were goals which were there were needs which were identified, there were goals which were planned, and achievements which were done. And today we are standing in 2022. So 5 years have been, 5 years of partnership, 5 years of work have already gone in this meeting, and this is the 6th annual meeting. So this is a landmark meeting. This is, again, we are here to look at what we've achieved so far. We're here to look at, again, creating goals for future, recreating the future, expansion and everything. So that's going to be basically the core theme of today's work and meeting. So here, before we begin, I would like to express my deep gratitude to the entire organizing committee, to each and everyone who's present here, and the entire team who puts in this effort for this annual meeting every year. So deep gratitude to each one who's been a part of this Lung Connect, each one who's been a part of organizing this meeting, each individual volunteer, each NGO partner who's been a part of Lung Connect, and we look forward to many more joining in over here. So I would invite Dr. Vanita Narona, medical oncologist, who's been the mentor of Lung Connect from the day that it started, to come and share about the share and speak about the partnerships, the milestones, and how we will co-create the future. Dr. Vanita, over to you.
Thanks, Bhavisha. And small correction, I've not been the mentor. I'm standing in for Dr. Kumar Prabhas, as we all know. And he just called to give everybody his deep apologies. So he was going to be here, and at the last minute, he got called from Tata Hospital to go to Indonesia. So he just called saying, I'm really, really, really sorry that I'm not here. So I'm going to try and fill his shoes for the next 20 minutes. So this is a partnership. This is not a one-man show. So this is, and I specifically sent him a message this morning कि मुझे क्या कहना चाहिए. He said, just say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, and fill your 30 minutes. Because, you know, without each and every one of you, none of this would have been possible. So to start, our NGO partner, so We Care, so deep gratitude for financial help, for crizotinib, for providing drugs free of cost for our patients. To Mother Trust for not only financial help, but also for providing PICC lines. So PICC lines are so important. There are, जो हम chemotherapy देते हैं, जो continuous infusion chemotherapy होता है, that we need to insert the PICC line. And just because of PICC line, पहले हम नहीं दे पाते थे this very effective chemotherapy. So Madad came up and is providing us with PICC lines monthly. It has become now 40 patients a month they are supporting, which is really remarkable. Then NGSO testing के लिए they have helped us. It's very remarkable. JASCAP and little more for financial help, and GJK, Sanjeevni, Konark, Utsaah, Sadbhavna for providing patient navigators to help हमारे patients how to go from place to place in a hospital, how to ensure that what the doctor is saying that gets done. So special mentions to the social work department at Tata Hospital. They have provided 3.25 crores. उसमें से 1 crore has been generated by NGOs, 2.25 generated from the hospital and from the government. So a huge amount of money has been gone directly to the patient to help patient care. To Madad Trust, so this PICC line is not cheap, and providing this month to month for patients. So it's been 65 lakh rupees towards PICC line for patients. Indiana Gratings for providing rupees 50 lakhs to patients, and Zilka and Gadge Maharaj Dharamshala for providing accommodation. So काफ़ी सारे patients आते हैं, they are not able to stay here, so they get low cost accommodation which is provided. Also, unrestricted educational grants from Pfizer, from Merck, and from Roche, which also again directly go either to providing a navigator or to providing a drug or to the patient. Yes, Sanjeevji, anything to add? So updates. So I think what we try to keep is what have we actually done and what milestones we have achieved, and next year what we can have which is tangible and concrete and what can actually get done for the patient. Thank you. And you are the one who keeps us on track every year. So chemo care unit, we were talking ki, jab patients are on chemotherapy, they have so many questions and there are so many treatable things that happen jo patients ko pata hi nahi chalta hai ki this is important, they don't know what to do, aise hi and because of such small things, they don't complete their treatment. So there is a chemo care unit which is manned, which somebody is there who has a phone and is able to answer the patient 24/7. So there's a group of people who answer the patient. So that has been started. We had talked about it last year and maybe a couple years ago, and now it has been started by Caro Foundation. Navigators. So from Sadbhavna Kendra, we have one navigator. Financial help for investigation. So today, lung cancer is not just chemotherapy. Lung cancer is so many other drugs which all of you know. But in order for us to give those drugs, we need to know that the patient has those molecular mutations, and we need to do those tests. And those tests cost money. So the drug may be very, very cheap, but the NGS test costs 40,000 rupees, 1 lakh of rupees. So because the patient can't do the test, they are not able to get the drug which is remarkably effective. It is very cheap and it extends lives by many years. So that was something that was such a sad thing for us. But many NGOs have come forward. So we have, for investigations, we have got 7.5 lakhs from Utsaah Foundation, 6 lakhs from Madad Trust. This is still able to cover only a very small proportion of our patients, but it is a step forward. And this is also a very important point that we have for our action points for next year, if we can increase that coverage for few more patients. So if each one comes forward and supports a few patients, that would really go a long way. Accommodation, so we do have accommodation, lekin ye bahut dur hai. So patients have to come from far away. So we have some accommodation in Airoli. We are still looking for accommodation close to the hospital. Now I realize this is a bit of quite an ask, but this is our action point. If we are able to get support for people who can, some number of patients who can stay close to the hospital. So PICC lines, we are now currently able to support with the help of these NGOs. We are able with the help of Madad Trust, we are able to support 40 patients for PICC lines. We still would hope that we can support 10 more patients per month, so at up to 50 patients a month. Drugs, so again, the drugs like crizotinib, ceritinib, osimertinib, lorlatinib. These are drugs that are very, very effective. They prolong life, but are not affordable for a lot of middle-class patients. But such effective drugs with so little side effects. So we are getting partial trust from Mother Trust for 6 patients a month. For osimertinib and lorlatinib, Sadbhavna Kendra is providing for 10 patients per month for each drug. We definitely need more support for this. So this is also another action point. Even for a few more patients, there is life-saving drugs which just because of accident of birth and the patient is just not able to afford it. NGS tests, so 40 per month. 5 are being supported by Madad and Sadbhavna each. So NGS is again the test that tells you that these drugs can work for the patient. If we don't do the test, we won't know. And that test is an expensive test, so if we can get support for that. So to talk a little bit about Lung Connect India, so it is all of you are very much a part of Lung Connect, all of you know this. It is a unique initiative. It's structured to support patients and caregivers who have lung cancer. It addresses, we try to do a holistic approach, so physical, functional, emotional, social, and financial. Started in 2018. And important milestones, so a support group meeting, we have it, it's fixed, like everybody looks forward to it, it's a fixed day, fixed time. So far, 60 plus meetings have been conducted, have been attended by 10,000 plus patients and caregivers. We have done 5 of these meetings so far at the year-end review in lung cancer. And during COVID time particularly, we were doing these meetings at least once a week, sometimes even more than that, because COVID was a very difficult time, how to reach patients, how patients couldn't reach the hospital, unko dawa bhi nahi milta tha, they didn't know what to do, where to get investigations. If they didn't do investigations, unko dawa chalu rakhna tha, nahi rakhna tha. So we really helped a lot of patients, and really great thanks to Sanjeev ji for organizing all of that during the COVID time. So 4,000 plus patients during COVID, we tried to send them medicines, gave them support online. So this was the digital assets launch. When ye kab hui thi, Sanjeev? June of this year. So this was the 50th meeting. So at the 50th meeting, we had done the digital assets launch. And these are some of the pages. And today, aajkal ki dunya is a social media world, so we have so much of a better reach on social media. So on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn. So current social media reach is 1.7 lakhs. Now don't ask me how we have this number, wo Sanjeev ji bata payenge. But I guess this is a new world and we are social. So navigators, very, very important. Lung Connect coordinators, so navigators. So between December 2021 and November 2022, patient navigators have supported more than 10,000 patients. And navigation, matlab from when they come to the hospital, where do they need to go, where, patients, many of our patients we found, they just drop out. They come to the hospital, they just don't know what has to be done. Doctor is able to give them not more than 5 minutes. Hum likh ke dete hai ki you do this test, you start this drug, and you come back a week later after the test is done. Patients ko pata hi nahi chalta hai, the test, they get an appointment like a month later and they wait for that 1 month. In that 1 month, many times the cancer also might progress. So, and patients don't know that. So that is the job of the navigator to help them that, agar aapko test ka date bahut lambi milti hai, go back to your doctor, tell them, that you're not getting a date. They can give you an alternative. Kahin aur se aap kar sakte hai. So the navigator helps them in terms of the investigations, where to stay, how to access financial help. बहुत सारे patients को पता ही नहीं चलता है कि from where to get financial help. So this was a very good job, and then our navigators, we are really completely dependent on the navigator. Now we say, please, जाके जय या नीलेश को मिल लीजिए, they will help you, and very grateful that we are able to help so many patients with this. New chapters, we have Dr. Amit here. So we have started new chapters of Lung Connect at Varanasi and Patna. Dr. Akhil Kapoor in Varanasi, Dr. Amit Kumar from Patna. You can stand up and say. So we are very happy that we are able to extend that reach. Thanks, Amit. So, and 4 key findings so this is what we are doing. We think it is good, but does the patient and the caregiver also think the same thing? So we did a survey in 313 patients and caregivers. So we asked, are you happy? So bottom line is कि जो हम कर रहे हैं वो सही हम कर रहे हैं कि नहीं? How do we know that? So we asked them, are you happy? Are you benefiting? So वो green जो है, they are very happy, and जो yellow है, they are happy. So by and large, over almost 100% of patients said and caregivers said that they are happy and they are benefiting. The blue is actually not that they are not benefiting. They just said कि हम नए आए हैं, so we are not yet able to tell you कि whether it's good or not. So I think by and large, it looks like people are happy, patients and caregivers are happy, and that's the bottom line. So whoever we are trying to reach, they think that they are benefiting. And we asked, are the meetings enough? Do you want more meetings or do you want less meetings? So by and large, 82% of the patients said that they want more than once a month. So, Sanjeev ji. And the top reasons for joining, so why did they join Lung Connect? This was the question. And mostly it is to answer their medical queries because they don't get enough time with their doctor. They have a lot of other alternative queries like nutrition, other drugs, emotional support, which don't get answered and don't get addressed during the routine clinical visits. So this was the top reasons why patients and caregivers joined Lung Connect. And almost also we asked them, do you want this to continue? Ki ye hum band hi kare, if it's not that much worthwhile. So I think almost every single one said, yes, please continue. Okay, so this is the important slide. Looking forward, what is our ask for the next 1 year? So Sanjeev ji, should I be asking people to put up their hands or we'll just put a list abhi ke liye? Last mein madam will get them on board. So we'll give you this slide at the end. So we need help, and I've talked about it in earlier also. So navigators we need 5 for outside Mumbai and 1 manager to continue the support. We need financial help. We always need financial help. We have a significant amount, but we need more. We need for investigations, for doing NGS. So our ask is 25 lakhs for 250 patients, and emergency help. So patients get admitted on an emergency basis. It takes time for them to get the paperwork in order, for them to get access to any of the NGO funds. So we need some ready checks that, if they get admitted to the hospital or to the ICU over the weekend, or it's an emergency situation, we need some quick access cash. So we need 30 lakhs for 60 patients. We need accommodation close to the hospital, so at least 30 rooms, and continue the other rooms which are far away. We need support for PICC lines for at least 10 more patients per month, and to continue the current support for 40 patients. We need support for drugs, so crizotinib, ceritinib, osimertinib, lorlatinib, for middle class patients who can't afford these drugs, so 25 additional patients per month. And we need support for testing, so NGS tests, 30 patients per month with continuation of current support. Anything else that I've missed, Vijay, that you can think of, or Amit, or? Looking forward, first we ask, then we say thank you. Okay, so future of Lung Connect, reaching out to patients and caregivers across the country. Join us on digital social media if you haven't already. And yes, thank you. Very, very, very sincere gratitude, appreciation, and thanks. We have, earlier in the past, we used to work in silos. We used to think that, we are doing a good job, but we are not. We are not able to, we meaning doctors, are not able to deliver the care to our patients without your help, because there's, we are able to do only a fraction of what we can do if it weren't for you. So very, very grateful, and thank you. Thank you. Yeah? Then go back to the slide set. Escape, पहले?
So हर टेबल पे लिंक प्लीज आज जितने भी अभी तक हमारे हैं लोग सब्सक्राइबर हैं, मुझे लगता है यहाँ पे 50-60 आदमी हैं, तो पढ़ जाना चाहिए. और एक चीज और क्लियर बहुत
बताइए ना, what do they have to do? You have to scan the QR code. उतना ही होगा. जो वो join our community वाला. दो मिनट. नहीं, अभी कर दीजिए.
आइडिया भी आए थे, एक तो प्रभात जी के तरफ से और दूसरा मैं गांव गया था। मैं बिल्कुल गांव में, ऐसे गांव है जहां अभी भी रोड लाइन की दिक्कत है, लेकिन ये देखा गांव में जब खास के जो माँ और चाची लोग थे वो भी यूट्यूब लगा कर को देख रहे थे चीज़ों को, तो वहाँ से हम लोगों ने सोचा कि नहीं, कम से कम पढ़ने भी नहीं आता है जिसे सुनना सबको आता है, तो यूट्यूब का वहाँ से हम लोगों ने एंड प्रभात जी हम दोनों उस पर, उनका भी एक बहुत कि यूट्यूब पे बहुत ज़्यादा फोकस करना है और है हमारे यूट्यूब में ही सबसे ज़्यादा है। और ये चाहते हैं कि 3 साल बाद जब भी लंग कैंसर का बात हो तो गूगल से ज़्यादा लोग लंग कनेक्ट के यूट्यूब और फेसबुक को सर्च करें। थैंक यू एंड थैंक यू हमारे जितने भी डॉक्टर्स हैं। आज के तारीख में लगभग 60 वीडियो हैं हमारे यूट्यूब पे एंड फेसबुक पे, कम्युनिटी पे, जहाँ पे कि सारे इंडिया के टॉप मोस्ट ऑन्कोलॉजिस्ट हैं, सारे वीडियो हैं एंड एक कॉन्फ्रेंस में हम और 30 वीडियो बनाएंगे। और ये सारी चीज़ें ऐसे होते हैं जो कि लोग गूगल पे कभी कभी गलत भी बता देते हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पे जो भी रहेगा सही रहेगा, क्योंकि हमारे ट्रीटिंग डॉक्टर ही वो हैं। तो थैंक यू, प्लीज़ सब्सक्राइब कीजिए और सिर्फ आप अपने से सब्सक्राइब मत कीजिए, आपके जितने, मुझे पता है बहुत लोगों के बहुत सारे फॉलोअर हैं, तो जब भी लंग कनेक्ट का लिंक आपके पास आता है आप प्लीज़ प्रमोट कीजिए, शेयर कीजिए। थैंक यू।
जो whatever my kids have taught me, mom, like, subscribe and share, so please do that.
Thank you, Dr. Vanita, for sharing this detailed presentation, which has given us a clear picture of what we've achieved in 5 years, the whole aspect of looking at future and what we need to do in future. The slide on what is our need, and we can clearly see that we've moved beyond Mumbai. So that is there, and that slide is a to be continued slide. There will be more points which will get added by the end of the day. And every individual person, every organization, whoever can take responsibility and contribute and, you know, help move, create the future is what we are looking forward to. But before we move on, the first thing which we do each time is understand what is the current need of the patients, what is the current need of the caregivers. So each time in all of our meetings, we first taken a stock of what is the need right now. But this time we are going to go a little beyond that as well, because Lung Connect is not about just the treating doctors, but it is a group of patients, survivors and caregivers. They have been leading Lung Connect. They have been doing a lot of work in the forefront. So the next session is a panel discussion, which is going to focus on understanding the need, and yet the second aspect is how can patients and caregivers be self-reliant? How can they support one another? That is the second thing which we are going to discuss and understand. And for this session, I call our moderator, Ms. Usha Banerjee, whom we fondly call as Usha Didi, the team leader of in St. Jude India Child Care Centers of St. Jude's Life Program. Over to you.
Thanks, Bhavisha. Thanks, Sanjeev, as usual, for conscripting me. Whether I want to be here or not, I have no choice. And Dr. Vanita has set the to-do list to me here while I was planning to escape immediately after my session. So here goes. May I call the chairpersons for this session, please? Dr. Shobha Mudgal and Dr. Vijay Patil. Dr. Shubha Mudgal neither need any introduction. Dr. Shubha Mudgal leads CPA, the first two chairs. I've got a feeling we're going to be short of chairs. Shubha, as I was mentioning, leads Cancer Patient Aid Association, one of the oldest organizations. Dr. Patil absolutely needs no introduction. Professor at medical officer at medical oncologist at TMH. We have a panel of patients and doctors, and we have a person who's both a patient and is a doctor. So we're trying to look at various aspects to see how we actually get to understand, as Sanjeev mentioned, what are the issues that people have in lung cancer. Everybody here is obviously aware, but maybe if we get an all-round perspective of what we are, this will help us to plan our growth chart ahead. We know when we talked about the digital progress that we are making, the idea is to connect not just patients who come to Tata, but patients all over the country who need this kind of support for lung cancer. And considering the Tata Hospital itself has grown into so many other locations, that would be our first step, to engage patients over there. But the idea is to provide the support that we have managed to succeed in growing over the past 6 years. So without wasting too much time, I know we have time crunch. Let me just call the panelists on the board, please. Dr. Amit Kumar. Dr. Amit Kumar from Medanta Hospital, and I think on a hardship posting in Muzaffarnagar at the new TMH center, which I believe works out of Porter Cabins. Maybe we'll give him an opportunity to explain how things work. I think he is too extreme with Medanta at one end and the Muzaffarnagar center, he'll be able to tell us more. Then we have the father, Mr. Premchand Jain, Karthik's father. Mr. Jain is here in the capacity of a caregiver. His son is under treatment at TMH. Betty. Mr. Parab, Chandu Parab, I don't see you. Laplat. Paila nahi tumhala. Yeah, again, somebody who doesn't need any introduction, officer in charge of the medical social work department at TMH. Every patient at some stage or the other has, I'm sure, been to the department and seen what sterling, compassionate work they do. So we have him here always to be our balancing factor to get the ground realities of patients and doctors. Mr. Ravi Prakash. Mr. Ravi Prakash is a patient. He's a journalist with the BBC. I think he's ideal person to be part of our growth chart, I'm sure. Thank you for being here. Mr. Jaffrey? Nahi aaye? Okay. Dr. Sameer Nanavare? Dr. Sameer is the person I was mentioning who's here, I wouldn't say wearing two hats, but who can give us a perspective from both sides of the table. Thank you for being here, Dr. Sameer. Lekika Sonkusre, yeah. Lekika has been with the social psychology department as a counselor for a number of years in TMH. We are so used to seeing our most familiar Savita that we don't realize it's not just one person, there are many people, and I'm sure she can give us a very, very good picture of the ground realities of the problems patients have from a counselor's point of view. Mr. Vikas Havaldar. Mr. Vikas Havaldar, again, a patient who has played a sterling role in the growth of the support group for Lung Connect. Thank you very much for being here and for all that you do for all the patients. We have someone who's new here, Dr. Rajam Iyer, who's a pulmonologist, a specialist in palliative care. We just thought we need to bring in this really important aspect of care, end of care patients. Thank you. Yeah. And also, since we're talking of a network, to be able to give us a perspective of the network of palliative care available throughout the country. Um, So we are trying to look at same issues from both sides, from the patient's perspective, caregivers, and perspective, of course, is an aspect of the patient, and from the medical angle, and or shall we say hospital, because we're looking at other people besides the treating doctors as part of that. So if I can just ask Dr. Here comes our hero. Yeah, I have a very special question for you. बाद में पूछूंगी. Dr. Amit Kumar, perhaps you could give us some idea of the current treatment modalities, and since you're working in two different places, a perspective on what it is that you find different and what is it that you find common in both the setups that you are in.
So yeah, I'm working at two places. One is a complete corporate private patients, and the other is at a government setup where the patients are not at all affordable. There's few things different. If a patient comes to Bombay and get treated, it means that the patient and the family all are very much motivated at least. Whether they are not affordable, that's a second issue. Even if they don't have a money, but the motivation is a part in the society that they want to get treated. So only those patients are coming to Bombay or going to Delhi from a remote area from Bihar or a West Bengal. But if a patients, they have a large chunk, I will say only 20 to 30 patients are migrating. 70% of the patients are there, still staying there, but they don't have that motivation or the social support for which they can come to Bombay or to Delhi for their treatment. And those patients need the maximum help, I will say. But there is a challenge also on the part of the NGOs also, because you cannot give support to anyone who is not receptive to it. The more thing is the patient who got lost to follow up, they are less in Bombay or Delhi as compared to a patient who comes in a hospital, say like in TMH Muzaffarpur, or there's a Mahavir Cancer Hospital in Patna. They have got a huge chunk. Their yearly registration is something around 20,000. But those patients are those, the family just come, they want to show in the society that they are coming to the hospital, getting treatment once, and they mostly in 2 to 3 months, patient lost to follow up. But because the most cause is obviously poverty is the most important thing, their family don't have the power to support also. Because if 2 of the attendants are being involved in the patient care, there are nobody to earn in the family. So these kind of patients, we need to give just a support, because I'll say they in the verge that they cannot devote too much time, but still they want to do it, but they are not able to do it. So the thing I will say in a state like Bihar or anything in a poor state, even if a patient doesn't come with a single penny, still there are methods now, I will say in India, that I can give them treatment. The only question I ask them, whether you want to take treatment or not. If you are willing to take treatment, there are now ways. So as a ma'am has already discussed, investigation is the most important thing. So any government support comes only after when there is an investigation, the patient is proved to be a case of a cancer, and is a proof that he has got a particular type of cancer, and then the treatment has to be given. So for treatment, there are many one who are supporting. But for diagnosis, there is no support, I will say, at present. So that's the major lacunae in this support program, that if a patient is coming with just a chest X-ray showing a mass in the lung, but how, when he'll go for a CT scan or a biopsy, all these will be going to cost something around 30 to 40,000 rupees. But there is no support for that. So most, I'll say, some 20 to 30% of the patient doesn't even go for that diagnosis also. So if we provide that diagnosis chunk in this group of patients, they can get further support, because there are many channels. I'll say in India at present, for any cancer, you just have to navigate the patient to a right place, they are going to get some support. Every state government is going to support the patients, but even the state governments are not supporting the diagnosis part. So I'll say that even in Bihar or in West Bengal, the state government is giving from 1 lakh to 5 lakh rupees for the patient's treatment, but that only comes after when the patient is diagnosed with that.
Yeah. I think, Chandu, Ms. Parab, perhaps you can throw some light. And I know in Lung Connect, one of the issues that I think Dr. Nuran also brought up is funds for investigation. So, Ms. Parab, if you can give us an insight in which would, I think apply to all the Tata hospitals, if nothing else. I mean, because that is where the poorest of patients do actually seek treatment.
In our hospital, basically patients don't know what hospital is serving for them. So first we'll explain the patients ki how we are giving a cheaper rates, maximum concession we are giving in general category. So first we'll explain the patient, and who is not affording for that concessional rate, we will change the category from general C to nominal charge category is a NC. So that charges is more or less than other categories. Plus, if patient is under investigation in initial phase, that time we are giving a 10,000 support for initial purpose. See, patient will come to TMH for treatment or investigation, and he first day back out, then it is very difficult to us. That's why we are at least giving a 10,000. That is, 10,000 is completed the initial investigation, and we'll get the idea ki which treatment we are providing for this patient, and then we are providing for their treatment support, whatever is available in our hospital.
So I think, Dr. Mudgal, since you are in this, you can perhaps also throw light on this. The two issues, basically we are talking a motivation, which I'll ask Lekhika to speak about later. But, I was just wondering, if I know you all do help with the funds, so how exactly do you think is there a way that, we can overcome this barrier of getting funding from the beginning for a patient?
Okay, so CPA raises funds through our own events. We're also getting CSR funds. I think all NGOs now depend a great deal on CSR. It's a wonderful new initiative that was started by the government, in which a portion of profits of each corporate, I don't have to talk too much about it. I think everyone knows about CSR funds and how important they've become. So CSR funds, what happens is that right at the beginning, when you're asking for these funds, you have to put it down as being for a particular requirement. So if you start out saying that I get 100 patients, they're coming from rural areas, they don't have the money to start even with the diagnosis. So they come with a X-ray. So that is the way that we can work backwards. So I'm aiming to learn a lot from today's conference on how we should be writing our CSR projects to better address the needs of patients. So this was...
I think this would really be useful if we are sensitive to what exactly are the needs of the patients.
Yeah.
So, we need to know how we can divert. As we know, there are CSR funds available. People are looking for good causes, and nothing can be as important as a timely diagnosis for any disease, So instead of people dropping off treatment for that reason or delayed, I think this is very important.
No. The issue which Amit raised is important because normally what with for us, the issue is that for any cancer treatment, whether it's lung, head and neck or breast, we need to have investigations. And the first investigation is for diagnosis that this is this cancer, because the whole treatment actually depends on that. And apart from that, then there are other bodies of investigation which are for staging, on which again the type of treatment, that selection, whether surgery, no surgery, that depends. And then the other types of investigation which is for whether the patient is fit for the treatment. So this is the broad category of tests which are required, like for diagnosis, for staging, and for this. And now that in cancers like lung cancer, we also need testing which are molecular to select that which, if you are going for chemotherapy, which is the chemotherapy which would benefit the patients. So the thing is that unless we have this information, it's very difficult to proceed further. So this is like the step one. So if the patient doesn't take the step one, he cannot take the step two and step three.
That's right. So which is where there's also loss to follow-up, people dropping off because they can't afford. And as doctor said, we always say, because even with my work all these years, that it's people who can afford that train ticket to come to Bombay will come to Bombay. If they can't afford that, there is no treatment. Now, thanks to hospitals coming up all over the country, there is hope of treatment. But if funding still remains, if they're so poor that they can't afford to come to a larger city, or they're not motivated because they realize the realities of being away from work and so on, if the other pockets also get the kind of funding that is available, I think it'll improve, it'll be a load off larger hospitals in bigger cities, while help improve, availability in different
So if I can just add that CPA did actually start this about 3 years ago. We targeted CSR funds for non-Bombay locations. So we have now reached 51 hospitals in 16 states.
Excellent. Yeah.
So and at
ICS
each of
also
these
does that, yes.
at each of these places we have created a contact person.
Yeah.
Who then identifies people who can do. And we've done this in remote places.
So all this
of
is really
India.
important for our information cell in Lung Connect, whatever can be sort of taken up. I think Ms. Jaffrey is waiting to say a word.
Actually, what he's trying to say is, is a very pertinent, because after my tenure with Tata, I have been actually going around the country, and I have seen that there are so many patients who are not even knowing what to do. Investigations are, a little further part also. And as he correctly said, that there is no money with them. So, and there is no even facilities available for them. I think so this, whatever you people are doing, will be a great help. But please advertise it as much as possible, because if you do not do that, people will not come to know. Like I am also coming to know first time that you have got so many rural centers you are talking about. Everybody should know about it, and patients do come from all over India. And now there are many centers in India which are actually trying to come in with the National Cancer Grid.
That's right.
As we all know.
That's
and we can actually associate these people along with this. And the basic thing which he again is saying is, and I agree with him, is that the people do not come to know that they have cancer till the time it is too late. So, and because they don't have the money, and when by the time they come to know, it's too late for anybody to do anything.
Yeah, maybe we can have Lekhika please give a perspective. He talked of motivation, and we have a couple of patients here, we have caregivers. So if you can just say that how early does the intervention of a counselor come in for patients? And if you have some idea about lung cancer, that will be better. How early are you all called in to try and speak to patients or this thing? And also, if Mr. Jain could give a perspective, what motivated, how they, from a caregiver's point of view, how they have tackled the psychological issues, the problems. Mr. Jain, we'll have her opinion first from the hospital, and then maybe you can just give us your views.
Yeah. So, when patients or caregivers come to us with a lot of psychological issues that, for example, that they have initial reactions when they're diagnosed with cancer. So they have earlier emotions like they have fear, they have distress, they have anxiety, and so many issues are there. So first that we need to, that we allow them to ventilate their emotion, and then first they will be comfortable for their emotions so that they can look forward for treatment. So our role is to minimize their distress related to cancer and some psychosocial issues, so that they will be more comfortable to go for treatment and that further steps. So this is our primary role. And then that role, that it goes extended, that they have other issues, because issues in every step, that issues that during diagnosis, then the treatment, and then post-treatment survivorship. But whatever the requirement at present that need to be evaluated, that need to be assessed and intervened, that is more important. So the motivation to go forward, motivation to treat first their trauma related to diagnosis, so that is more important. So to make them free for further step.
Thank you. Mr. Jain, anything to add from a patient's perspective, or, a diagnosis is always difficult for the family as it is for the patient. So were there any particular challenges of communication within the family, trying to get the best possible support and so on? Did you have challenges, and how did you overcome them?
Yeah, it is very, at the first moment, it is very difficult to accept that now we have got a patient in our this thing. But main thing is hope we should not leave.
That's right.
But that is the basis of the everything. If we start losing,
No, I think it's fine. Just a matter of holding it, I think. Just slightly if you hold it closer.
so that is the main thing, and that is the best thing is to join the groups,
Yeah.
because
yeah.
then only we will be knowing, because otherwise there are so many once there is a cancer, everybody thinks now
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Getting support
So
from within the community, is really,
within
really
your
important.
relatives,
I think because-
everybody thinks it is a very bad thing, and like
Yeah,
that.
I know. I know.
It's a disease like any other disease now.
Yeah, yeah. I think
I-
he's
I-
touched
I
upon an issue which I think Dr. Sameer, maybe you would be, he says it's a bad disease. There's some kind of a stigma,
Yeah.
it's a bad disease. And I dare say with lung cancer, we were actually, Lekhika and I were discussing a little earlier, that there are two issues. One is, largely we know we associate it to tobacco. If you hear anybody has lung cancer, the first question is he a smoker? Was he a smoker? That's the first question which crossed our mind. So there is, I guess, that guilt issue which may come in if somebody has been a smoker. But then we know there are a large number of people of both genders who have never been smokers. So then there is the why me? Why is it that this happened to me? So, Lekhika, if you can just throw in, and maybe Ravi Prakash, if you can just, or Dr. Sameer, sorry, I asked you. Please go ahead.
I think I'm the perfect combination. For
Absolutely,
this panel.
which is why I said
for
you're
this panel,
both
being a
sides.
patient, a caregiver, and a clinician, all three into me.
Exactly, which is why I thought you were
thank
the
you.
perfect person to
Yes.
ask this question.
So, what I completely, as a clinician or a caregiver, sometimes you suddenly feel that you are immune to everything in life till something comes to you, whether it's cancer or anything else for that matter. And when it's cancer and you're suddenly faced with cancer and you're on the other side of the table now discussing about your case to somebody else, then you tend to understand what happens when a patient sits across to you on a table. So what I would feel is what he rightly mentioned, hope is the word, because even I was into stage 4 metastatic cancer from which today I'm sitting here. So at one point of time, you have to realize that you are a patient. And you have to accept that. Then you have to keep your clinical part and your doctorate aside, and you have to get into the shoes as a patient and start accepting what is coming to you. Okay, you have to keep the hope going up, but at the same time, you have to let go and give into the caregiver. At a certain point of time, you cannot be a doctor, you cannot be a clinician, you have to be a patient and just follow what has been told you. And trust me, because of that approach, probably I'm here today. Otherwise, being a doctor, you have a lot of things in your head. You can conflict wherever you want to. You can discuss wherever you want to. But at some point of time, you just have to believe that what is coming to you is right, and just follow the journey.
Yeah. And as we all know, we have Dr. Google at everybody's
Yes,
disposal.
exactly.
I mean, he's the best or worst doctor
and as a
in the
doctor,
world.
so I was much more than Google. So I had we could go anywhere. But at some point of time, you just have to accept what is come to you, and keep the hope and believe in the person who is treating you. Because you have multiple things coming from multiple people and multiple doctors for that matter. Forget the family members. Just that's how probably things go ahead and you overcome things.
Yeah. But I was wondering specifically if you have encountered in any of your hats, as we talked about there being a stigma against somebody having cancer, or a patient having a degree of guilt, or a why me. I mean, how would you? And I'd like Dr. Rajam to come up with your views after that.
So why me means I was a non-smoker, so why me also comes to me. But probably it's a process of life. And as you face a lot of things in life at personal levels, at professional levels, this is one thing that is a part of your living. And you just accept it and just move on with that.
Yeah.
Thinking about it, why and whose and whys is probably just going to let you down mentally. To keep in this situation, you need a lot of mental strength anyway. So more than listening from anybody, talking to yourself, and thinking that, okay, this has happened to me, but it happens to everybody. I mean, when I used to walk into Tata, I used to see patients and people, and I said, okay, I'm just one of them. And I'm no more a doctor, I'm no more a pulmonologist, I'm just one of them. And I have to follow what these people do. Nothing different for me here. And trust, that's actually what has, made me reach to where I did, because my case was actually very challenging. And I am very thankful to Tata, because that's a place where I have actually survived. Otherwise, in the best of the places in Mumbai, wherever I could go and I could approach everybody, there was a dead end at a particular point of time. And Tata gave me an opening, And that opening is actually what has made me reach here. So I'm very thankful to the institute, and of course to the doctors, Dr. Kumar Prabhash, who's been a pioneer with me in this case. So,
Yeah. Dr. Rajam, your views on this?
So firstly, thank you for having me here. Yes, like Madam said, I am a new face in this group, but it's lovely to see a group of dedicated people wanting to do so much more for patients and their caregivers. And my heart goes out to all those patients who are diagnosed not just with lung cancer, but with any kind of cancer or any chronic illness, which really is a challenge for both the patients and the caregivers. So I think what Madam was trying to say is, I think also cancer kind of gives you an emotional diagnosis of the clock ticking backwards. I mean, I think when you diagnose a patient to have any form of cancer, the next question that pops up in his head is, how much time do I have in this world, or what all do I have to do in the short time do I have? And I feel that is the thing that we as doctors and clinicians really fail to miss. And like Samir mentioned, who is my junior from Nair, I have realized the importance of empathetically connecting with patients and caregivers only when I have been on the other side of the table. As a doctor, it's very different. You somehow are, the best thing that happened to mankind. I mean, nothing can go wrong in your life, and it's very different the way you see the patients and the caregivers. But once you are the patient stroke the caregiver, life looks different. And I think that's the empathetic shoes we all need to fill in as doctors, and it's important to inculcate in the training. So I think point number one here is that we really need to be sensitive to this health-related suffering that our patients and caregivers undergo, and we really need to listen. And like all of you will agree, doctors wait to open their mouth. Do not let the patient and the caregivers talk their history, as we call it, and we are known to interrupt within 1.8 seconds of the patient opening their mouth. So we really need to get to their level, because honestly the disease experience is something they have, and every patient teaches you something else, and we really need to listen. So I appreciate, yes, I think somewhere cancer is not more stigma, I think it's a more emotional diagnosis, because of the fact that maybe there is Bollywood, maybe movies which has dramatized it and made it so, like, oh God, it's the end of the world. And we really need to make an effort, and it has to be a team effort between patients, caregivers, oncologists, palliative care physicians, clinicians, as well as NGOs. So I think we need to work towards that, and I sincerely think, wearing my palliative care hat here, we, just like everybody else here said, hope, guilt, finance, frustration, fear, the spiritual pain of why me, all this is something that palliative care physicians can address. So my humble request is to go to most important for clinicians and as well as doctors you all work with, is to integrate palliative care as early as possible. Palliative care is not just for end of life and for active dying. We focus on improving quality of life of patients, and most importantly, we let the clinicians do their work and handhold the patients and the caregivers for all the questions they have, and then actually work as a team with psychologists, social workers, volunteers, physiotherapists, and all of that, because all of us comprise together. So I think it has to be a teamwork, and there is so much going on in the family of a patient and the caregiver that if you take out one thing of I am there as a friend, whatever the outcome be, just make the journey more comfortable. I think that's the most important thing, because like Samir would and the other patients and caregivers would vouch, just having that person saying, talk to me about anything. It could be a very, very small question, large question, just to have an answer at the end at a decent time frame makes a big difference for the patient and the caregiver to be supported through this difficult time.
Yeah, I think Vikas, if you can just move to him. Vikas has done sterling work as a patient. I think navigating the Lung Connect group has been a large role. And I also want to just, when she spoke of palliative care, as we said, not rightly, we usually consider it to be end-of-life care, and it isn't. It's something which can come in very early, symptom management, control, getting the patient in every kind of comfort, which helps the rest of the treatment to act. So one aspect which comes in, which I'm going to also throw to the doctors, is the use of complementary and alternative therapy. Now, as a lesson for dummies. I mean, I don't mean anybody who doesn't know what the difference is, but complementary is when you add something to the treatment, which could be something like yoga, meditation, various other things which come along with the regular treatment which is happening. Alternative is trying a field which is totally different, a different course of medicine altogether, what is not being prescribed by your doctor. So because maybe you, and because from what I understand, discovered that yoga helped him tremendously during his treatment and decided that this is one way of connecting with the patients. Can you just tell us a little more about the complementary therapies that you have been using as a part of the lung support group?
Thanks, TMH, for calling me over here. I am a patient, lung cancer patient, and from last 3 years I am surviving. And the first, now during the discussions, we were listening to one word, which is a hope. That hope, you have to keep always hope. The first time when you detected this, when I detected this cancer, that time first few minutes or say 5 minutes, I was under very, what will happen to me and all that things, and my family is there and all that. But I have to keep the hope. And then second thing is then when after coming to my family, then family discusses, and then we have gone to the one of the my family member advised me to go to the yoga teacher. So I have gone to the yoga teacher, and he gave me the confidence that because see, yoga, through the yoga, lot of rishis and all those things, they have survived for the 100 and more years. So such type of disease can be also cured, okay, because this is a lung cancer, which is a lung connected with the oxygen. And lung connected with the oxygen, which gives the, you have to do the pranayam. So this yoga, I have started the yoga over there, and it gives me a lot of confidence that through the yoga, there are the 4 to 5 yogas we have to do. Daily you have to spend at least half an hour. I think half an hour is more than sufficient for the pranayam and these things. If you can do more than that, 45 minutes or 1 hour, that is also fine. But this yoga gives a lot of, it improves your lung capacity because of the oxygen inhaling. And this pranayam, I always been talking to our, during the meetings also, that we have to do the yogas. Now, second thing is that when you are saying that hope, and if you see the lifespan of the lung cancer patients, it starts from the 1 year to the 14 years also. So why 14 years? Why not 20 years? Because once you survive for the 3 years, there will be advanced medical facilities will be available, new research is happening. So definitely with those research, your life will go and prolong. You can prolong the life with that. So that keep a hope on that. Keep a hope on the patient, doctors. Whatever doctors are suggesting you, whatever the dietitians are suggesting you, you follow the same thing. And I think by following all the doctors and dietitians suggestions, you can survive from this, definitely. On the last meeting only one motivation was there. There was some, Ms. Zarina was there, and she was saying, I am cured, please give me the confidence. So Mr. Vandana Mahajan has given the confidence, yes, you have been cured. So that was very much motivation to us that yes, now lung cancer also can be cured. It may be 4th stage or 3rd stage, but see, one thing is in mind that whatever the doctors are saying, that is what is the survival life. Because of the current research and current study on the lung cancer, they are saying all these things. But day by day, daily there is new research is happening, and I am sure that this will get, cancer will be like a regular disease. It can be cured. That type of disease will be there because of the good research is happening.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Ravi, yeah, thank you so much. Ravi, if I can just ask you a few questions. You're from the media as a journalist. A huge role to play, and a huge role to play with Lung Connect for spreading the word. You know, for giving, we've learned so many positive messages here, motivation, hope. As he says, it's a matter of taking each step at a time and going forward. So how do you see your role in getting Lung Connect, you know, on a national basis, and what are the other ideas that come to your mind as to how it can be done?
Thank you, ma'am. Actually, we are giving our outputs to improve lung connect. हमने कई सारे इंटरव्यूज़ किए हैं और कुछ चीज़ें की हैं. जो बात अभी हो रही थी स्टिग्मा की, डिजीज़ की, डायग्नोज की, रिसर्च की, तो मैं एक चीज़ पॉइंट आउट करना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि मैं पेशेंट हूँ, मैं एक जर्नलिस्ट होने के साथ साथ जर्नलिज्म वाले बात पे भी मैं आ जाऊँगा बाद में. एज ए पेशेंट मुझे ये बताइए, आप सब लोग डॉक्टर्स हैं यहाँ पे, जो रिसर्च हो रहे हैं इंडिया में या इंडिया के बाहर दूसरे देशों में, कितने लोग अफोर्ड कर पाते हैं? क्या कॉस्ट होता है उस दवा का? आप कहते हैं हमने रिसर्च कर लिया, बहुत अच्छा है, प्रोलॉन्ग कर लेंगे लाइफ. हाउ कैन यू प्रोलॉन्ग? कैसे करेंगे आप? अगर कोई दवा 5 लाख रुपए की होगी, मुझे ज़रा ये बताइए कि भारत में जहाँ पे 1 करोड़ की तनख्वाह अगर किसी को मिल गई पैकेज IIT किसी बच्चे को, तो आप अखबार के पहले पन्ने पे बैनर खबर छापते हैं, हम लोग छापते हैं. 1 करोड़ का मतलब क्या होता है? डिफ्रेंशिएट करिए. 8 लाख रुपए के आसपास, 8 लाख रुपए. 8 लाख रुपए की तनख्वाह वाला आदमी 5 लाख रुपए की दवा कैसे अफोर्ड करेगा? तो पहला तो मामला, हम लोग ये काफ़ी अच्छा, बहुत खूबसूरत लगता है क्योंकि अच्छे हॉल में बैठ के बात करें कि काफ़ी रिसर्चेस हो रहे हैं. ये आया इम्यूनोथेरेपी की दवा भी, डॉक्टर पाटिल का मैंने पढ़ा था हाल ही में, वो ट्विटर पे शेयर हुआ, मैंने भी शेयर किया था. इन्होंने इनका ही वो था, ये 3% लोगों ने वो इम्यूनोथेरेपी की दवा सिर्फ अफोर्ड कर पाई. तो इस रिसर्च का क्या फ़ायदा इंडिया से कंट्री में बैठ के, अगर हम लोग यहाँ बैठ के बात करें? फर्स्ट. दूसरा जो होता है स्टिग्मा, स्मोकर होना, आपका नॉन स्मोकर होना, फैमिली के प्रेशर्स, एक काफ़ी चीज़ें हुई हैं तो मैं रिपीट नहीं करूँगा. एक चीज़ मुझे बताइए, ये सवाल आप सब लोगों से है कि एक आदमी, जैसे मेरी उम्र 47 साल हो जाएगी 1 तारीख को. मुझे जब डायग्नोस हुआ 2 साल पहले, मेरी उम्र 45 साल थी और मैं अपनी फैमिली को अपनी कमाई से चलाता हूँ. 45 साल के किसी आदमी को जो अपनी फैमिली को चलाता है किसी एक तनख्वाह पे, भारत में या किसी देश में, उसको अगर बीमारी हो जाती, लंग कैंसर या कोई सा भी कैंसर, तो क्या वो केयर, डॉक्टर साहब बोल रहे थे, मैंने वो काफ़ी अच्छी बात है, केयर गिवर पे कैसे छोड़ सकते हैं आप? आपको तो फिर प्लान भी करना होता है ना कि आपके पास फंड्स कहाँ से आएंगे, आप कहाँ जाके रहेंगे. अगर मैं मुंबई में आके इलाज कराता हूँ तो कहाँ मैं रहूँगा आके यहाँ पे, और हमारी फैमिली हमारे बाद, क्योंकि आपको पहले ही पता है कि आप इंटेंट लिखते हैं, दिस इज़ पैलिएटिव ट्रीटमेंट. पैलिएटिव का मतलब क्या होता है हिंदी में मुझे बताइए? ये एंड ऑफ लाइफ ही तो है एक तरीके का. आप ये कहते कि हम प्रोलॉन्ग कर रहे हैं आपकी लाइफ को, आप ये नहीं कहते कि हम आपको कंटिन्यू कर रहे हैं कि आप 70 साल की जो एज है इंडिया में, उसमें आप 70 साल तक जिंदा रहने वाले, आप नहीं कहते, आप यू कांट से. तो जब आप नहीं कहते हैं तो वो भी एक स्टिग्मा होता है एक मरीज के पास कि वो ये तय करे कि अगर वो नहीं रहेगा तो उसके पास की फैमिली कैसी चलेगी. सेकेंड. और तीसरा, अब मैं आपकी बात पे आता हूँ, सॉरी मैंने कुछ चीज़ें कही. जर्नलिज्म में हम लोग लंग कनेक्ट ने जो काम शुरू किया है और जो कर रहा है, ये काफ़ी बेनिफिशियल है. हमने डॉक्टर कुमार का इंटरव्यू किया था दूरदर्शन के लिए, मैंने किया था, और कई फोरम्स पे मैंने नवभारत टाइम्स में भी लिखा था, उनके एडिट पेज पे एक आर्टिकल जिसमें उन्होंने लंग कनेक्ट का काफ़ी ढंग से जिक्र किया था, और हमने उसमें भी ये बात कही थी. विवेक जी यहाँ हैं, विवेक जी को मैंने वो फॉरवर्ड भी किया था. जहाँ अफोर्ड करने की समस्या है कि आप जो दवाओं की कीमत है उसको आप खरीद नहीं पाते, अफोर्ड नहीं कर पाते. तो मेरा ये मानना है कि लंग कनेक्ट जैसे जो फोरम है, हम सब लोगों को अपना काम तो करना है, जो पार्टिसिपेट कर सकता है ऐसे फोरम्स को इंक्रीज करने में उनको करना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये एक होप है. जहाँ हम लोग होप की बात करें, एक होप है कि जहाँ कुछ भी नहीं, चलो एक होप तो है कि लंग कनेक्ट है, वहाँ जाके कुछ बात कर लेंगे, कोई मीटिंग होगी तो आपको कोई सॉल्यूशन मिल जाएगा, तो वो करना चाहिए. मतलब आप वो अच्छा है. लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि जो लंग कनेक्ट है या इस तरह के जो पेशेंट सपोर्ट्स ग्रुप हैं या जो पेशेंट एडवोकेट्स हैं जो काम कर रहे हैं पूरी दुनिया में या भारत में, या जो NGOs हैं जो काम कर रहे हैं, उनको एक प्रेशर भी बनाना चाहिए. प्रेशर बिल्डिंग का काम भी आपका ही है, और वो मैं भी उसमें शामिल हूँ. आपका मतलब उसमें मीडिया शामिल नहीं है, ऐसी बात नहीं है. एज ए जर्नलिस्ट मैं भी उसमें शामिल हूँ कि हम ये भी बनाएं कि हम एक दबाव बनाएं कि हाँ ठीक है, गवर्नमेंट प्राइस कौन तय करता है दवाओं का? गवर्नमेंट ही तो तय करते हैं. सबसे पावरफुल तो गवर्नमेंट ही है. आप किसी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से 5 लाख रुपये दिलवा देंगे, क्या होगा? 5 लाख रुपये के ट्रीटमेंट कितना? डॉक्टर पाटिल ज़्यादा बेहतर बताएंगे, मैं तो खर्च कर रहा हूँ, मुझे पता है. हमारे यहाँ झारखंड में 10 लाख रुपये तक की मदद मिलती है, और मैंने ही चीफ मिनिस्टर को कह के, वो पहले वो था 3 लाख रुपये का, फिर वो 5 हुआ, फिर वो 10 लाख रुपये हो गया. हमारे यहाँ 10 लाख रुपये तक की मदद झारखंड गवर्नमेंट करती है वैसे मरीजों को जो कैंसर या दूसरी इस तरह की बीमारियों से ग्रसित है. तो मेरा ये कहना है कि NGOs का और जो पेशेंट सपोर्ट्स ग्रुप हैं उनका और जो पेशेंट एडवोकेट्स हैं उनका भी एक रोल है बहुत महत्वपूर्ण कि वो ये प्रेशर बनाएं जो पावरफुल लोग हैं उन पे, गवर्नमेंट पे, जो भी उनके स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, कि जो दवाइयों की कीमत है वो दवाइयों की कीमत इंडिया में या दूसरे देशों में, इस तरह के देशों में नियंत्रित रहे। क्योंकि आप ही रिसर्च करके अखबार में खबर छपवा लेंगे कि हाँ एक बहुत रिसर्च आई, इम्यूनोथेरेपी आई है और इसमें तो मरीज इतने दिन रह लेगा, खरीदेगा कौन? तो मेरा ये पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू है।
Dr. Patil, any views?
I think he brought about quite a relevant thing, and that's important. I think research has to be for the people, by the people, in the society. You cannot have research in which you develop, and that has been the way we have been trained. I'm the first student of Dr. Kumar, and that is the way I have been trained, that whatever you do, it should be, the drug should be such that if you Saturday or Sunday, from Monday everyone should be able to use it. There's no point in saying that, okay, this drug is there and we did this research, but it cannot be afforded for. And this is, I'll take a minute on this. And such things can only be done by research. Like for example, what he was alluding to, that we may have immunotherapy. One cycle will cost 3 lakhs. We may have to fund crores and crores for 3 lakhs. But if we do research and we show that, okay, even if 1/10 of the dose or 1/20th of the dose, what we showed was 1/10 of the dose, 1/20th of the dose is enough, which will bring down the cost drastically. Those efforts will go long way. So I think that is a very good point, that in some part we also have to think that we have to support some research, which I'm not talking about every drug research. What I'm trying to say is accessible researches, like which will bring them, because such research, and I'll tell the low-dose immunotherapy research we did was, I won't tell the name, but was actually supported by one of the NGOs. Because no company wants to support such research in which their profits will go down from something which is for 30 lakhs, it will come down to 30,000, so like 60 lakhs a year treatment coming down to 4 lakh or 3 lakhs per year. No one wants to do that. So that's a very good point. And there was another point in which, and I noted that it somehow as doctors, and we have got into this era of saying this is curative, this is palliative. This is curative, this is palliative. I think it is time for us to palliate the word palliative. Because that palliative word carries a lot of stigma. For example, and I'll give you an example. Lung cancer, stage 3 years, stage 2, when you do surgery or you do chemo radiation, the survival in many of the patients is roughly around 2 years to 3 years. Today, stage 4 lung cancer, if it's ALK positive and if you get the appropriate therapy, the survival, even though palliative, is beyond 5 years and 6 years. But unfortunately, because you put on that cost certificate, that stigma that it is palliative, he won't get, and we have faced this, he won't get support from anywhere.
We have discussed this amongst in our very early meetings, that, I mean, so if there is a little bit of awareness that things have changed, you cannot go by what it was. And, taking the word palliative off, I think, has helped a lot more patients get funding. I think Chandu has something to add to this.
देखो, मुझे डोनेशंस जो मिल रहा है ना, वो डोनेशंस के लिए जो डोनर्स मेरे पास आते हैं या CSR कंपनीज आती है, बेसिकली उनको हमें कंसेप्ट देने पड़ते हैं कि हम ये फंड कैसे यूटिलाइज कर रहे हैं. तो हर एक को ये लगता है क्यूरेटिव इंटेंट पे करो, हर एक को लगता है वो बच्चों के लिए करो, हर एक को लगता है फीमेल के लिए दे दो. तो अगर मेरे पास फीमेल सपोर्ट अवेलेबल है तो मैं वो सपोर्ट उसके लिए ना यूज़ नहीं करता हूँ. मुझे लगता है कि वो दूसरे के लिए यूज़ करे जिसको कुछ नहीं मिल रहा है. तो मुझे डोनर को पहले कन्विंस करना पड़ता है. डोनर्स एजुकेशन यहाँ बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है कि डोनर्स को मुझे बोलना पड़ता है कि यंग एडल्ट है, उसको समझो पैलेटिव हमने ट्रीटमेंट प्लान किया है, तो वो पैलेटिव का मतलब क्या है, तो यंग एडल्ट के लाइफ में पैलेटिव ट्रीटमेंट की वजह से क्या फ़र्क पड़ेगा, वो मुझे पहले डोनर को कन्विंस करना है. तब डोनर मुझे बोलता है ठीक है आप पैलेटिव दे दो. तो मैं उनको बोलता हूँ कि आप जो मुझे फंड दे रहे, मैं 25% इस पैलेटिव इंटेंट में यूटिलाइज करूँगा, क्योंकि अगर मुझे उसको 2 और 3 केमोथेरेपी का अगर मैं सपोर्ट दे रहा हूँ तो उसको जो क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ है वो इम्प्रूव हो जाएगी, थोड़ा सा वो पेन जो है उसको कम हो जाएंगी. तो ये अगर उसके लिए फ़र्क पड़ रहा है और मेरा हॉस्पिटल उसके लिए ट्रीट कर रहा है, तो मेरा काम बनता है कि उसके लिए भी सपोर्ट करें. तो हम कोई भी डोनर्स आते हैं तो उसको हम एजुकेट करते हैं कि इसको हम किसके लिए यूज़ करेंगे. प्रायोरिटी क्यूरेटिव को देंगे, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ यंग एडल्ट है या इस प्रोटोकॉल जो पैलेटिव उसके लिए भी हम सपोर्ट करेंगे और वो राज़ी हो जाते हैं। तो हमारा ये रोल बनता है कि उनको पैलेटिव और क्यूरेटिव का फ़र्क समझा दे, तो डोनर्स हमारे पास आ जाएंगे। सेकंड थिंग, सर की एक प्रोटोकॉल है डिसीज़ कंट्रोल का, उनका अराउंड 2 लाख कॉस्टिंग है, 1 साइकिल स्कोप 40,000 लगते हैं। तो मेरे पास पेशेंट आता है तो मेरे पास 1 या 2 साइकिल का सपोर्ट है। तो मुझे ये चेक करना है कि आगे जो उनको 4 साइकिल लेना है तो आगे 2 का वो क्या करेगा। अगर मेरे पास है इसके लिए मैंने 1 सपोर्ट दे दिया, 2 साइकिल को दे दिया, लेकिन उसने वो 2 नहीं कंटिन्यू किया तो मेरे 80 लाख जो है वेस्ट है। तो डोनर ने मेरे पास दिए तो कुछ कॉज की वजह से, कुछ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी की वजह से दिए कि ये प्रॉपर पेशेंट के लिए जाएगी और उसका यूटिलाइज होगा। तो ऐसे सिचुएशंस में मेरे जो सोशल वर्कर जो मिस्टर माने जो केसेस हैंडल करते, सर से कनेक्ट होते, सर को पूछते कि हमारे पास 2 का सपोर्ट है, अब 2 के लिए कुछ अरेंजमेंट है तो हमें बताइए, हम इसको 2 सपोर्ट दे देंगे। और सर और हम वो डिस्कस करके हम डिसीजन लेते। तो हर एक चीज़ के लिए हम जो कोई हमें दे रहा है तो डोनर्स एजुकेशन देके, उसको इन्फॉर्मेशन देके, इसके साथ साथ पेशेंट को इन्फॉर्मेशन हमें देना है कि आप 1 साइकिल लेंगे और 3 साइकिल नहीं लेंगे तो हमारा 40,000 वेस्ट है, डॉक्टर की मेहनत वेस्ट है। तो आप भी डिसाइड करो, हम रास्ते बताते, उस रास्ते पे आपको चलना पड़ेगा। तो ये सब केस टू केस प्लानिंग करके हमें डिसीजंस लेने पड़ते, तब हम जो राइट कुछ ये है, यानी हम जो कुछ एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं वहाँ तक हम पहुँच पाते हैं।
Dr. Raj हमसे कुछ
I just want to add one thing. I do agree with the fact that the word palliative sends wrong signals. Having said that, I think if you can, when the doctor mentioned that actually puts off the funds and donations etc. So I think in the process of dropping or changing palliative, I think the patient also loses on a lot of support. So yes, if you say the treatment is, if you can drop the word palliative from palliative treatment, maybe the patient will get funds, but in the process what happens is that patients get referred really very late, and unfortunately even in the private, so I think even the rich in the country, we are all here for the interest of the patient and the caregivers, all our intentions are towards their wellness. Even in private, the richest of patients with metastatic cancer or lung cancer die a miserable death. So what I am trying to say is, yes, if we can improve fundings for patients by dropping the word palliative, but do not forgetting the intention, the ethos, the principles and concepts of palliative care. This does not happen. The problem is the minute you say drop off palliative, everything gets dropped and the patient is on his own. I have seen in the hospital I work, patients getting referred 2 hours before death, 2 weeks before death. I'm not going to make a difference. The patient knows he's going to die. The patient's relatives are miserable. They have no clue what's happening. They want to go home. There's no way to get to the patient's home. And why should he or she listen to me whom he or she has seen 2 weeks ago? Who the hell am I? It's a new face. Why should I trust this woman? How is it going to make a difference if she's sitting with me for 2 hours? So my only hope and eager, humble request is, yes, we need to get patients diagnosed early. We need to get them the right treatment, the resources, the funding, but use any other word. So the kind of words that my colleagues use is go to supportive care consultant, go to this consultant who improves the quality of life, instead of using the word palliative. By shunning the word palliative, please don't shun the whole ethos and the principle. And that is what is happening. And it's sad to see people my age dying in hospitals, alone, struggling, suffering, when we can really make a difference in the quality of life till death. Because it's very important to also focus on the way our patients are dying, not just living. Yes, we want our patients to live, but like that gentleman said, prolonging a poor quality life is torture. And when we talk of research, we focus on survival. Does the survival translate to quality of life? For example, as a pulmonologist, we say FEC has improved by 100 ml. How the hell is 100 ml making a difference to the human being's life? Is it making him walk 2 steps? Is it making him go to the toilet on his own? Is he eating on his own? That is what we need to focus on. So research is good, but it has to be translated to the human being's life. Otherwise, we are spending crores in something that is going to be statistically great and publishing wise great, but we really need to make a difference. What dent are we making in the patient's life? And that's what we need to focus on. So that's my simple request.
I think that's exactly what Dr. Patil is sort of doing in a practical point of view. And as we know, the hordes of people who come to Tata Memorial, the very fact that if Mr. Parab can even somebody from his department can even say that, listen, I have enough for 2, can you get... To get that degree of micromanagement, it just talks of the dedication that the department has. It's not easy, it's not one size fits all. The fact that they're even able to do this, I think also. Any comments on your side? And then there's a gentleman there who wants to say something.
No.
I think just let doctor say and then you'll get a mic to.
I agree with her. In fact, I'm a fan of early palliative care even in curative setting. In fact,
Exactly.
I have worked in Kerala, and I always used to, in Kerala, even used to refer my T1, T2 breast cancers there, because I feel, as a medical oncologist, I would have 80 patients to see, and you could only devote some 10-15 minutes per patient. But there are more aspects even in an early diagnosis where there is a social, mental, which can be taken care by palliative care expert. My only thing is that when I write a palliative care word on the cost certificate, the chances that my patient would get funds goes down. That's why we coined the term disease control, so that that chances, probability of getting his funds increases.
And as I said, palliative care now, there is the national Saath Saath helpline, so there's palliation available to patients all over the country. So I think basically, like Lung Connect, we really need to be networking with organizations who are there to support and help patients. I think we've heard the one warning bell. We will, I think, take a few. We'll pass it around for one comment each from everybody, if you have anything to say, and then if there's anybody from the audience who wants to comment.
Just a quick comment. I've been hearing with some degree of curiosity. मैं अगर कुछ गलत बोल दिया थोड़ा माफ़ कीजिए. इसमें एक दो चीज़ है, एटलीस्ट मेरे लिटिल बिट ऑफ जानकारी के माध्यम से. हम लोग का जनरली क्या है ना मैडम, विल्स पावर ज़्यादा है विल पावर से. लेट्स फर्स्ट एक्नॉलेज दैट. एंड इन मेनी वेज trying to get out into the community, trying to get early detection and get the diagnostics right in the first instance. We often don't focus on that front. अभी आपने जैसे बताया टाटा मेमोरियल में जो आते हैं, बहुत ही हालत जो जिसने भी जहाँ भी बच नहीं सकते उधर आते हैं. 70% of cases are literally end of life or very little survival. Second मैडम, एक और चीज़ है कि हमको थोड़ा ह्यूमिलिटी होना चाहिए. कैंसर में बहुत सारा चीज़ हम जानते नहीं हैं. Probably we know only 5% of what the entire space of oncology is today. So long as we have the humility to acknowledge the differences. अभी किसी ने T1 to T4 का कुछ बताया. In a few years, the entire staging protocol will vanish. Just as one person said, there are people who have survived under palliative for 6 years. A person with T1, T0 also has failed in 2 years. अभी रूम के बाहर हम जाएं तो a truck can knock me off and say thank you. Palliative curative कुछ नहीं है इसमें. So what we need to do is every life is important. To that extent, लोगों को विश्वास देने के लिए, if we get the detection early and get the diagnostics right, one can assure that the fellow will even mortgage his kidney and get money. घर के लिए 30 साल का 5 साल का लोन लेते हैं. There are enough and more people wanting to support if we are able to give with some degree of comfort and confidence, saying that look, you can live a life with dignity, not on XYZ. Sorry to be off track on this.
I think we can have, we've already had our bell through that time, but I think we began a few minutes late, so maybe shall we just taking just one comment from each person, please. If you can start, Dr. Amit can start from that end, and then closing from the two chairpersons.
So just because NGOs and everything, we are in the phase of evolution. मतलब हम कहेंगे कि पहले हमने treatment पे focus किया, curative पे, now obviously disease control, palliative, now toward diagnosis. The other thing is the problem with the middle-aged person is that कि they are thinking about their family. तो जो next हमारा evolution phase होना चाहिए कि we जो family members है, how to support them. तो they would we should also think of something providing them as a partial employment for them also. कि वो उनको अगर with the patient we are giving them, though they are not giving full time, even we can help them out. Because the only thing है कि उनको भी navigation चाहिए कि they can get the employment they are fit for. तो उससे वो family support हो जाती है, patient के का भी trouble thinking, all this improves. तो in next phase of NGOs, I will think this is the most important कि हम उनके attendance के लिए भी we are started thinking about.
Support for the caregivers, support for supporters. Dr. Jaffrey.
I think so. The hope is a good word. When I started in Tata in 1990, there was not a single NGO working as an organized sector, and today I think so there are almost 40 of them, and trying to do as much as possible in all facts of life. It's very important for people coming from out to have accommodation, finances and everything. So things are doing better, and I think so. I hope that it will be much better in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Jain.
I would like to say that most of the medicines are coming from abroad only. So that is why they are costly. And that NGO should give pressure on the government that it should be subsidized. That should be the thing. Because
I think
then
advocacy has a lot of role to play in helping with patients.
मुझे मालूम है, मुझे 30 इयर्स कंप्लीट हो गए टाटा में. जब हम शुरुआत में थे तो जैसे सर ने बोला वॉलंटियर नहीं थे, वैसे हमारे पास फंड भी नहीं थे. हम हॉस्पिटल में से उनको सपोर्ट करते थे ट्रीटमेंट के लिए. आज सब प्रोटोकॉल्स चेंज हो गए, नए नए लेटेस्ट प्रोटोकॉल्स आए, लेटेस्ट ट्रीटमेंट आई है, और उस ट्रीटमेंट के लिए कहीं ना कहीं की हद तक हम सपोर्ट देते और लोग हमारे पास आते, भरोसे से आते कि ये लोग का जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन है वो प्रॉपर है, हमारी सिस्टम बहुत अकाउंट्स की अच्छी है. हर एक डोनर्स को ऐसा लगता है कि मैं जो पैसा दे रहा हूँ वो प्रॉपर जा रहा है. ये देखो बॉम्बे में मनी इज़ नॉट इम्पॉर्टेंट, वो यूटिलाइज आप कैसे कर रहे हैं उसका यूटिलाइजेशन का प्रॉपर इन्फॉर्मेशन शेयर करो. तो हर एक डोनर्स जब मेरे पास आता है तो वो 500 रुपये दो या 5 लाख दो, मैं कितने दे रहा है कभी भी उसको सवाल नहीं करता हूँ. मैं उसको ये बताता हूँ कि मेरा हॉस्पिटल क्या कर रहा है, मेरा हॉस्पिटल क्या फैसिलिटी दे रहा है, मेरे हॉस्पिटल का आपने दिया हुआ फंड कैसे पेशेंट्स अकाउंट में जाता है, हम किसको सपोर्ट करें, जिसको मेडिक्लेम नहीं है, जिसको कुछ सपोर्ट नहीं है, ऐसे पेशेंट को. ये जब सब डोनर्स को दिखाता है तो बोलता है नहीं ये राइट थिंग है, हम यहाँ डोनेशन देंगे, और वो डोनर नेक्स्ट टाइम और 4 लोगों को लेके आता है. तो मेरे हॉस्पिटल की सिस्टम्स, मेरे डॉक्टर टीम की सिस्टम्स, सब लोग जो काम करते हैं उसकी वजह से हमारे पास अभी अच्छा डोनेशंस आने लगा. हम ज़्यादा से लोगों को हम पैसे की सपोर्ट दे रहे हैं और भविष्य में भी वो मुझे डोनेशंस बढ़ेगा ऐसा लगता है, क्योंकि लोग देते हैं. कॉस्ट ठीक होना चाहिए, काम ठीक होना चाहिए, तो वो हमारी टीम कर रही है. और मुझे सब लोगों का सपोर्ट है, वॉलंटियर से लेके एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से लेके सब अकाउंट से लेके सब लोग सपोर्ट करते हैं. मेरी टीम प्रॉपर काम करते हैं, इसके लिए हम ये नतीजे तक पहुँच गए हैं, ऐसा मुझे लगता है. थैंक यू. और सॉरी, और एक छोटा आपने जो बोला काम के बारे में, तो ऐसे फाउंडेशन है, SBI फाउंडेशन है, ऐसे लोग कुछ ट्रेनिंग्स देते हैं स्किल जो किसको ब्यूटिशियन का हो या और टाइप का, और हम उनको ये सजेस्ट करते कि आप ये जो ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हो वो बॉम्बे में मत दो. हर एक लोगों को क्या है बॉम्बे में ही आना पड़ेगा वो ट्रेनिंग लेने के लिए. अगर हमारी सेंटर्स जो ऑल ओवर उधर चालू हो रही उस एरिया में अगर आप ट्रेनिंग देंगे और उस एरिया में उसको काम देंगे तो अच्छा रहेगा कि उनको हाथ में कुछ स्किल्स आएगा और थोड़े बहुत पैसे मिलेंगे.
काफ़ी
तो
है
ये भी कोशिश चल रही है.
स्किल डेवलपमेंट फाउंडेशंस काफ़ी कर रहे हैं जो अलग अलग जगह में वो लोग बता रहे हैं.
बस ठीक है. और एक बात जो मैं ऐड ऑन करना चाहता हूँ जिसकी चर्चा थोड़ी बहुत हुई है, वो लास्टली में ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि जो टाटा मेमोरियल हॉस्पिटल है मुंबई का, जहाँ हम सब लोग ट्रीटमेंट लेते हैं, मुझे कई बार लगता है कि मैं हॉस्पिटल में ना आके यहाँ टेंपल में आ रहा हूँ, मंदिर है. ऐसे टाटा के ही कई सारे डॉक्टर्स हैं, डॉक्टर गुंजेश हैं रांची में, अच्छे डॉक्टर यहाँ से गए हैं और दोस्त भी हैं हमारे, तो हम ट्रीटमेंट ले सकते हैं. लेकिन एक बार लगता है नहीं चलो मंदिर घूमा है तो इस तरह मुंबई आ गए और मंदिर घूम के चले गए. तो मुझे लगता है कि इस तरह के और सारे मंदिर होने चाहिए भारत में, हॉस्पिटल्स जिन्हें हम टेंपल कह सकें. थैंक यू.
One last line that I would like to say is, and probably this is towards the clinicians and the caregivers when they talk to the patients, it is trying to tell them that this is a battle that you're going through, but there are going to be micro battles in them. It's overcoming each day at a time, sometimes each hour at a time, and sometimes for a matter each minute at a time also, because from here till survival is a journey, but there are going to be struggles and battles in between them. Try not looking at the bigger picture, try overcoming one day at a time and face those micro battles, small battles, overcoming them. Eventually the goal has to be reached eventually. You know,
I would like to say that from the diagnosis to end of life care, that quality of care is important, and to address the issues so that throughout the cancer journey, that patient, caregiver, and the family should be relieved every way. And this is a holistic approach. So this is the teamwork, not only the clinician, but all are involved there, and that everybody's duty and work is there to that relieve the distress and that to comfort the patient every way. So thank you for inviting me here. Thank you so much.
As I said earlier also that the word hope, that hope is very, very important. Every patient has to keep a hope that day by day, as I said, that research is going on. So maximum survival life, as we have done the studies, and it was showing up to the 5 years to the 14 years. So definitely by doing the research and we get the knowledge about that, definitely that survival life will also increase up to the 20 to 25 years. So believe on that. And regarding always motivating about the others also during the cancer, that if you do the yoga, definitely that due to yoga, that for the lung, specifically for the lung, oxygen is very, very important, which improves your lungs. And by doing the pranayam, your surviving life is also going to be increased. That is sure. And lastly, I would say that this Lung Connect group is already doing the very well, and I want that it should go spread everywhere in the worldwide.
Yeah, it
Thanks.
should happen
Thanks,
with
ma'am.
support of people like you and motivation of people like you.
I think the bottom line is teamwork. Like I said before, we are all here with one intention, and instead of calling it palliative, curative, we all need to wear these different hats at the same time. And since our goal is towards patient wellness, we really need to work together and probably enhance what's already going on. You know, all of you have the intentions of doing good work. Instead of inventing your own different wheels, it's time to kind of garner support, channelize all the energy into one direction, because otherwise it's like a story of what, like we in Tamil say, you know, samudratle peringayam karchakade. It's like trying to dissolve asafoetida in the ocean. It's not going to get to anybody. So I think we really need to focus on this and not say this is palliative, that is curative, or focus on what is the best interest of our patients and what our patient wants. Because in the medical training, the concept of medical ethics, communication and talking about death and dying doesn't exist. It started now, and so we hope we have a bunch of doctors who are compassionate and kind and understand the needs of our patients and caregivers, and therefore work towards that. And it's lovely to see that so many non-medical people are interested in making a difference in the community, and it's really heartening to see that you're happy to contribute towards this good cause. So let's work together, and I think that's what's going to make a difference in the end.
Thank you everyone. Any closing remarks from the chairperson? Dr. Patil had to go out, I think, to take a call.
Hello. So this has been a really wonderful discussion, very ably led by Usha. I think you really guided the entire panel from the beginning to the end of how a patient actually goes through their journey. So I had been asked to just give a few conclusions on that. So for each of them, it's very hard to really do a conclusion of the discussion here. So I would just like to take a few words from each person. So Dr. Amit Kumar talked about how the patient journey actually starts, about how much difference there is between metros and rural areas and the problem of abandonment. The asking the patient, do you really want to take the treatment? What are the investigations? Advising them on how to start that journey. Mr. Parab talked about the information regarding funds available at Tata and how best to garner, to use the funds that the patient has to try to go from beginning to end. Dr. Patil talked about the diagnosis and staging, fitness testing. It's not just about diagnosis, especially in lung cancer. It has changed, and all of these things have to be taken into account before deciding what is the appropriate treatment. Lekhika talked about the role of the MSW in Tata and looking at the emotional problems beyond the physical problems also. Looking at the trauma that the patient goes through along with the caregiver and providing motivation to go forward. Mr. Jain spoke from the caregiver point of view. He said it's very difficult to accept, but groups are important and community support goes a long way. Dr. Samir gave an amazing point of view. We often wish that doctors would understand what patients are going through, and he spoke about that. He spoke about the importance of hope. I think everyone spoke about hope, but how important also it is to accept and to trust the doctor. Dr. Rajam came up with a brilliant phrase, the clock ticking backward. I think that is something that we all have to keep in mind as far as cancer is concerned.
I think clock tick backward for everybody.
Yes, that's true. But it's, when you're diagnosed with cancer, like the gentleman at the back said, you could be knocked down
by a bus.
Exactly,
like you said, you can be knocked down by a bus. So the clock is ticking.
But that clock is, the hands are more clear when you have cancer.
That's the perception.
Yeah.
But that's the perception we need to drop.
Yeah. So then the importance of complementary therapy, especially yoga, was something that Mr. Havaldar came up with. And he also spoke about the incremental increase in survival, which I thought was a very important thing. That even if you can improve your survival, because there are newer therapies available, that it could become important. Mr. Ravi Prakash talked about pressure on government to make drugs affordable. All NGOs must get together to do that. Dr. Patil spoke about research to be for the people, by the people, and the need to change the terminology of palliative care, which resonated with all of us, I think. We should talk more about the quality of life rather than the quantity of life. And I'm forgetting now who said it, I think maybe Dr. Iyer only, talked about how giving partial support is of no use, that we have to make sure that when we are giving support, it is end-to-end. Palliative care is very difficult. It should be done as early as possible. And then we also said that maybe a good terminology to replace palliative care would be disease control, and research must translate into a change in the patient's lives. Yeah?
Thank you.
I think when I said by the word clock ticking backwards, it's the budget. Nobody budgets suffering. Even in a curable disease, the patient and caregiver undergo a lot of suffering. So it's that suffering, which could be physical, emotional, psychological, that nobody budgets for. The suffering probably in the bus hit accident is more for the caregivers who are left behind, not for the patients. I think suffering is something nobody budgets for. Yeah. And nobody
I think we are running out of time. Maybe you can discuss this later individually. Yeah. Thank you very much, everyone, for your time. We've overrun. Try very hard to stay on schedule. I think. Thank you.
After you.
Nobody believes in age before beauty.
No.
Come, please.
Thank you, Usha Didi, all the panelists and the chairperson for such a wonderful session. This session is the foundation for the whole workshop, because this really lays down clearly what are the current needs, what are the future, what is it that we need to do in future. So completely, yes, some of the needs are repeated in terms of funding, in terms of diagnostic help, in terms of patient advocacy, reducing medicine costs and all. And there are two important new things which I think which now we need to integrate in our system and understand better, the whole aspect of supportive care treatment, the palliative one, right from the beginning, and the second aspect which is leading us to our next session, which is on research, which kept on coming up during this discussion as well. So this next session is what is lung cancer treatment, clinical research, and what is the role that NGOs and patient advocate groups can do in this. Now in this session, may I invite Dr. Vanitha, she's going to be the chairperson and the moderator. And there are 3 speakers for this session. I will invite each one of them on stage. Each of the speakers will first share their point of view. They will speak first, and then Dr. Vanitha will moderate and take up questions. So the first one whom I would like to invite is Dr. Shevanti Limaya. She is the Director Medical and Precision Oncology and Research Oncology from HN Reliance Foundation Hospital and Research Center. The second speaker for this session is the one who needs no introduction, Vandana Gupta, founder of VCare Foundation. And the third speaker for this session is Vivek Tomar, who also needs no introduction, and he's a patient advocate. So I first invite Dr. Shevanti to come and share her views.
So that was a wonderful moderation and panel discussion. It was actually a revelation, and I've been taking notes, as you can see here, because it's a very different meeting. It's one of my first that I've come to a patient advocacy. So kudos to Lung Connect, and huge regard to everyone who's representing. I'll just give a quick background, and that way I can then set the stage for what I'm going to say. So I'm a Bihari from Patna, married to a Maharashtrian, that's why the Limai. I want to mention this because I have a huge Eastern India angle into approach to cancer, and I want to bring that front and center. 20 years of my life, I lived in the US. So directly from med school, I did my medicine from Bhagalpur University, and I went to, from then on to New York University, then on for fellowship to Albert Einstein University in New York, and then as a faculty at Harvard University, and as a faculty at Columbia University before coming back. I was at Kokilaben for 6 years, and now I'm heading the medical oncology division and the research division in oncology at a corporate center, Sir H.N. Reliance Foundation Hospital. I work for Shri Mukesh Ambani. My approach to cancer has been through very different lenses. I actually woke up into oncology and management of cancer through Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. I was an intern and I got to rotate at Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. So I've actually been introduced to cancer and cancer therapies through the lenses of research. My first exposure into cancer management has been with protocols, retrospective data collection that I did as a student for cancer patients. So it was a research project that I got to know cancer therapies from. And my eye-opening was with drugs that could actually be magical in the face of death and dying. So the first project that I ever did was on HER2 positive breast cancer. A type of breast cancer that was responsible for very high rates of mortality. When you're faced with death and dying, and we heard so much on patients and caregivers here, how we connect cancer with death. And especially 3/4 of our cancers present in advanced stages where death is imminent and the clock starts ticking backwards. We heard that. In wake of that, when you have a biomarker with which you can change the fate of the disease, it is a wake-up call for the society, for the patients, for the caregivers, everyone to seek that drug. You have to go ahead and seek that drug. How do you seek that drug? A lot of this cannot happen in routine, is unaffordable, cannot be delivered to the masses, as Ravi Prakash ji just said, and I veto that, I vote for that, I completely support that, and more power to that thought process, where I think we have to wake up and try to bring these pathways to the masses. Just by talking about research that happens in a tertiary care center, it does not fulfill our responsibility. So that's the background. I have been a lifelong clinical trialist. So here at Kokilaben Hospital also I set up a clinical trial center, one of the first large clinical trial centers in a corporate, because I can't let go of that side of me. Why clinical trials? So as I have been communicating with Lung Connect and Mr. Sanjeev Sharma, and congratulations for Lung Connect, he has always said, ma'am, trial mat boliye. ट्रायल का नाम मत बोलिए. ट्रायल बोलने से मतलब ऐसे लगता है कि जैसे आप कुछ एक्सपेरिमेंट कर रहे हैं पेशेंट के ऊपर, तो ट्रायल बदल देते हैं. सो आई completely understand where he's coming from. But what is the reality? These are trials. These are trials all across the world. So what is the positive of the trial? That's why the mention of Bihar, that I belong to a state where there is huge representation of cancer patients and needs, diminished needs. Dr. Amit just spoke, and I know how it is. So when we look at novel drug development, access to cancer care, all of that is possible through clinical trials. All we need to do is we need to set up proper clinical trial centers all across the country. Why that? Because the drugs that are coming as novel drug development, the new drugs that are coming into oncology, and I didn't mention, I worked as an early drug development person in Harvard University. That was one of my faculty positions out of the dual faculty position I had. What does that mean? First in human trials. So ये drugs जब पहले phase 1 में test होंगे, आज already बहुत information है इन drugs के बारे में, that they may work in that patient, that they may be magical in that patient. And lung cancer is one disease where I've learned this front and center. We say lung cancer is the poster child for precision oncology, where we figured out that this is the biomarker, और ये दवा दो और disease पूरा melt हो जाएगा, change हो जाएगा, सालों चलेगा. Vivek Tomar साहब बताएंगे अभी आगे अपना experience and his journey is about that. So I completely support that thought process. But how do you make that drug available to the patient who can't afford, who doesn't have access to these medicines? अगर हम wait करेंगे कि ये दवा market में आ जाए तो हम खरीद के खाएंगे, 10 साल निकल जाएंगे. Drug development में इतना time लगता है. So we cannot wait for the drugs to mature and come into the market. We have to get them when they are developing. So it's not just the responsibility of the systems. We have to make more mandirs. It's not just the responsibility of the systems. I think it is also the responsibility of patient advocacy. We have to spread awareness. We have to wake up and say, we want it. The consumer wants it. And how do you get it? You get it by buying. You get it by compassionate drug access. You get it by clinical trials being in the country. Last point. Clinical trials worldwide are being funded by pharma. Each month that a clinical trial runs globally is billions of dollars. Pharma runs these trials in developed countries with 10%, only 10% of seats filling. Their trials are running months after months, years after years without getting filled, because access is easily available. Access to cancer care is easily available in the West. So these seats are going unfilled. 90% of the seats in clinical trials in the West go unfilled. For us, these trials are access to cancer care, access to novel drugs, access to the right kind of drugs before they come in the market, in tier 2, tier 3 cities in the roots of India, making these drugs available early on to these patients who may not survive to see the drug in the market, may not be able to buy the drugs when they come in the market. And that's where we have to make the connect. These trials are up and running in the West. They have to be brought to where the need is. How can we do that? By being open to bringing the right kind of clinical trials to India and by running them ethically. That's the most critical point. We have to make a responsible pitch in here. We have to run the clinical trials with transparency, with full ownership and responsibility, so that anyone who wishes to look in to see whether we did the right kind of work, we stand that credibility, and that's how we'll be able to bring the West, the pharma companies that are wasting away billions of dollars and our patients are going unfunded without care. It has to be a match game. So that's the 2 cents that I had to share with my experience. But you know, truly commendable this effort, and a huge respect, and thank you for making me a part of it.
I have a doctor who's worked in clinical trials and research and everything, and I have a caregiver who is doing all that he can for research and to get the right medicines for the patients. I have a little different take on the whole thing. I think research is important, because unless research happens, we won't be able to get newer drugs, which can be done. It takes time, I understand that, but at the same time, we need to be constantly working towards the betterment of our patients by producing good drugs. But my issue is that, you know, whenever these clinical trials are done, they are mostly done abroad. Most of them are not in India at all, or in our continent. With the result, our population is really not put on the trials. So whatever medicines we are giving to the patients is something which is coming because of the benefits that it has seen in the Western countries. So is it fair? That's my question. The second thing is that most of the trials are not, they don't include people who are elderly. So if the elderly are not included, and then once the drug is used for the trials, is it fair to give it to the people who have not even been included in the first place? So that's my second thing. The third thing is that, you know, when she mentioned about ethics, being in the ethics committee of various hospitals and organizations, I know that it is kind of difficult for the people who are sitting on the ethics committee to really get it down to the level of a patient. How much does the patient understand of the trial that he is going to be put into? How much time is spent to explain things to him? How much is he open to talk about whatever he is going through? And during, they say that the person who's doing the trial is going to be responsible and he will be there available and all that. But there are lay people in the ethics committee, and those lay people are never involved in getting the results from whatever is happening. So that is again another lacuna that is happening. And so if I focus on only these 3 lacunas and think that something can be done about it, I think that will be a great thing. Of course, the cost part is there, it's very expensive. We know that there are certain things which are, like certain access programs which are running, which can help the patients. But it's just like one person like Vivek can't do that. Vivek needs help. Vivek needs to train all of us. I think it's very, very important. We all think we can do the advocacy, but I don't think it's that easy, because what Vivek does and how he has been able to get the medicines to the country, how he has been able to get the cost reduced and all that is a lot of effort. So I personally think that Vivek should hold like a training program, maybe in a forum like this or otherwise, to help us all out with learning on how to do things properly and correctly, and help him with doing all those things. Thank you.
Thank you. मैं खड़ा होके बोलता हूँ, बेटर दिखूंगा, देखूंगा भी.
नहीं अभी इम्पोर्टेंट हो गया, जब तक मेरी वाइफ थी वो तैयार करके भेजती थी, फिर फ़ोटो चेक करती थी। अभी मेरा बेटा है वो तैयार करके भेजता है, फ़ोटो चेक करके देखता है कि कैसा लग रहा था, तो प्लीज़ अच्छे से लेना फ़ोटो। सो थैंक यू फॉर योर काइंड वर्ड्स। दिस आई डू इन माई वॉल्टियर वर्क, जितना कर पाता हूँ बहुत ज़रूरी है। जब मेरी वाइफ चली गई थी, मतलब शी इज़ नो मोर, एंड आई वॉज इन 6 months लाइक डीप डिप्रेशन और आई डोंट नो आई वॉज वेयर। तो मेरा 10 साल का बेटा मेरे पास आया था और मेरी वाइफ को लंग कैंसर जब हुआ था जब कोई एक भी टारगेटेड थेरेपी वर्ल्ड में नहीं थी। तो 6 months में शी वॉज इन कोमा and she participated in 7 clinical trials, and at her time she was the longest survivor of lung cancer stage 4 in Asia, non metastatic to ovaries, adnexia, abdomen, brain, bone, whatever you can. So yeah, that's the message. Yeah, so I brought lot of trials in India, and so मेरा बेटे ने मुझे आके बोला कि तो मेरी वाइफ का नाम कुसुम है होता, तो उसने बोला कि आप कुसुम मम्मी को अगर आप 6 महीने से 6 साल कोर्स कर पाए तो बहुत सारी कुसुम अभी हैं, आप उठें। तो दैट्स वाई माई जर्नी स्टिल कंटिन्यूज अभी उसमें। तो राइट नाउ आई एम, ये मेरा प्रोफेशनल नहीं है एंड अनफॉर्चुनेटली कास्ट में इस प्रोफेशन में होता है, घर चलाने के लिए दूसरा काम करना पड़ता है, बट आई एम डूइंग एवरीथिंग व्हाट इज़ फॉर द लंग कैंसर बट एज वेल एज जनरल रिसर्च, because research saves lives, and I'm giving you a couple of examples right away. I am now part of advisory board of government of India, DBT, lot of pharma companies, NGOs, and also in our group जो हमने इंडिया में पहला ओंकोजिन फोकस ग्रुप था एल्क लंग कैंसर का, हमने ग्लोबली 85 कंट्रीज़ में है और हमने खुद से पैसे इकट्ठा करके 3 क्लिनिकल ट्रायल स्टार्ट किए हैं जो पेशेंट फंडेड हैं जी, और तीनों में से 2 वैक्सीन है, पहली बार जो एल्क के लिए वैक्सीन हम डेवलप कर रहे हैं। तो होगी नहीं होगी बट वी आर ट्राइंग एंड वी हैव यू नो दैट्स एज ए सेड, मैं हमेशा बोलता हूँ कि एंड दिस इज़ एन एक्सपीरियंस कि इट्स नॉट क्लिनिकल ट्रायल विच आर किलिंग पेशेंट्स, इट पेशेंट्स आर डाइंग बिकॉज दे आर नॉट हैविंग द एक्सेस ऑफ द क्लिनिकल ट्रायल्स, बिकॉज जब तक आपके पास एक्सेस नहीं होगा आपको लेटेस्ट ट्रीटमेंट नहीं मिलेगा। जस्ट टू अंडरस्टैंड, आप में से कोविड वैक्सीन कितने लोगों ने लगवाई है? इफ़ यू कैन रेज योर हैंड्स प्लीज। इसलिए लगी आपको वैक्सीन क्योंकि इंडिया में रिसर्च हुई वैक्सीन की और आप सबको लगी। कोंगो में, सूडान में 10% से कम लोग हैं जिनको केवल 1 डोज लगी है, सेकेंड डोज तो आप भूल जाइए। नाउ होल्ड दिस पॉइंट, अब इस पॉइंट को पकड़ के रहना कि आपको सबको वैक्सीन लगी है और उनको 10% से कम लगी। अब हम कैंसर की बात करते हैं, ठीक है। 2020 में मई में 7 मेडिसिन अप्रूव हुई थी लंग कैंसर की, 1 मंथ में, रिकॉर्ड मंथ है, एक भी आज तक इंडिया में नहीं है, ठीक है। उसके बाद से अब तक 20 मेडिसिन और पिछले 4 साल में अप्रूव हुई है, उनमें से केवल 30% इंडिया में है। और अगर हम ऑस्मेट्री की बात करें, लोलाटिन की बात करें, हमें 10-10 पेशेंट के लिए फंडिंग मांगनी पड़ती है। साहब जनाब, बात तो ये है कि टाटा हॉस्पिटल तो 1% पेशेंट भी नहीं लेता है होल इंडिया के। द वर्ल्ड इज़ आउटसाइड ऑफ टाटा हॉस्पिटल, दिल्ली है, बिहार है, हर जगह है ना, तो आप 20 पेशेंट से क्या कर पाएंगे। सो नाउ द पेशेंट्स हु आर इन US और कैनेडा और इवन सिंगापुर और यूरोप, दे आर टॉकिंग विद मी कि ठीक है ये 3rd जनरेशन की सेकंड मेडिसिन काम कर रही है, बट वी कुड गो फॉर द 3rd जनरेशन, 4th मेडिसिन, दे आर लाइक चूजिंग बिटवीन दस। और हम यहाँ बात कर रहे हैं कि हम किसी की ज़िंदगी बचाने के लिए क्या 20 पेशेंट के लिए पैसा इकट्ठा कर सकते हैं। और रीज़न ये है क्योंकि रिसर्च इंडिया में नहीं हुई है। अगर कोविड की तरह ये दवाइयाँ भी यहाँ बननी होती तो हम भी हाथ खड़े कर रहे होते कि सब रिसर्च हो रही है, ठीक है। सेकेंड एग्जाम्पल। थर्ड मैं एग्जाम्पल देता हूँ, ज़्यादा पेशेंट्स नहीं है, कुछ डॉक्टर से कुछ पेशेंट भी हैं। आप लोगों में से किसी ने सेरेटिनिब लिखी हो या खाई हो, ऐसा कोई है तो हाथ खड़ा करें पेशेंट्स को। आप लोगों में से किसी ने एलेक्टिनिब लिखी हो या खाई हो? इन दोनों ही केस में मेरी वाइफ फर्स्ट पेशेंट थी इंडिया की, दोनों ट्रायल की, और वो ट्रायल इंडिया में थे नहीं, ना आ रहे थे। एंड आई रिमेंबर आई लेफ्ट माई जॉब और आई एम ए सिंगल कंट्रीब्यूटर, ब्रेड अर्नर, पर घर में बेटा था 3 साल का, उसको क्या पता था कि मम्मा को कहाँ छोड़ के आया हूँ। तो आई हैव टू फाइट। और लोग जुड़ते हैं, ऐसी बात नहीं है. पेशेंट एडवोकेसी इज टफ बट देयर आर आंसर्स. मुझे याद है मैं उस टाइम पहली बार डॉक्टर परमेश से मिला था एनडीटीवी में. बरखा दत्त ने मेरे लिए एक प्रोग्राम किया. जी न्यूज़, बिल्कुल एनडीटीवी और जी न्यूज़ अलग है. जी न्यूज़ ने हमारे लिए प्रोग्राम किया. हिंदू आया और लोग जुड़ते चले गए. आप जैसे बहुत लोग जुड़ते चले गए. रोश ने भी अपना इंस्टेंस बदला, नोवार्टिस ने भी, इंसान प्रभात जी थे उस टाइम पे, और दोनों ट्रायल हम इंडिया में लेके आए. 3-3, 4-4 महीने लगे. ओबियसली कुसुम जब तक पैरालिसिस हो गया, तो और पैरालिसिस होके लिटरली पैरालिसिस था बिकॉज उसको 38 मैट्स थे ब्रेन में, बहुत बढ़ चुके थे, सब ट्रीटमेंट फेल हो गए थे, WBR भी कंप्लीट होके फेल हो चुका था, एंड शी वाज पैरालिसिस. देन वी गॉट रोश गए और सब सपोर्ट हुआ. क्लिनिकल ट्रायल आया, फर्स्ट पेशेंट बनी सेरेटिनी में, राजीव गांधी में फर्स्ट पेशेंट बनी, एंड आफ्टर 9 months शी वाज रनिंग इन ए मैराथन. पैरालिसिस के 9 महीने बाद में शी वाज रनिंग इन ए मैराथन, जो मिलेसन होती है. और मैं सोशल मीडिया पे राइज टू सर्वाइव कैंसर के नाम से हूँ, मतलब खड़े हुई है, सर्वाइव करना है तो ठीक है. और आप मेरे कभी ब्लॉग पे जाएंगे तो वहाँ कुसुम का एक फ़ोटो है जिसपे उसने लिखा हुआ है कि वो उस दिन रनिंग का फोटो है, उसने मैराथन रन करी थी 9 महीने बाद में. आफ्टर दैट रिसर्च मेडिसिन पैरालिसिस के, इस पे लिखा हुआ था आई एम सर्वाइविंग 5 years बिकॉज ऑफ, एज एवरीवन से, होप बट रिसर्च एंड लेटेस्ट ट्रीटमेंट. तो माई पॉइंट इज रिसर्च सेज लाइफ, एंड अगर हमें इन 25 पेशेंट से हम 25 की ज़िंदगी बचा देंगे, आप विश्वास मानिए हम में से कोई भी इम्यून है. जैसे डॉक्टर साहब ने बोला कोई भी इम्यून नहीं है. अगर डॉक्टर पाटिल के अनफॉर्चुनेट या किसी के भी घर में ऐसा कुछ हो गया ना, कोई अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकता इन मेडिसिन को, 4 महीने अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकते हैं. अगर हमें अपनी जनरेशन को बचाना है, आगे वाली जनरेशन को बचाना है, तो हम सब लोगों को मिल के ये चेंज करना होगा कि चाहे वो फार्मा ट्रायल हो, चाहे वो एकेडमिक ट्रायल हो. और ख़ास बात यह है कि इंडिया में ना हमारे पास एक बहुत अच्छी चीज़ है, 2 चीज़ें एक्चुअली. एक तो पॉपुलेशन, हम इतनी ज़्यादा पॉपुलेशन है कि हमारे यहाँ कोई भी चीज़ रेयर नहीं है. ठीक है, कोई भी चीज़ रेयर नहीं है, कोई रेयर डिजीज़ रेयर नहीं है इंडिया में. अब एल्क को रेयर बोलते, ठीक है, वो भी रेयर नहीं है. इतने पेशेंट, इतने पूरे यूएस में, इतने तो मैं एक स्टेट में निकाल के दिया तो मेरे ग्रुप में इतने हैं. ठीक है, और दूसरे हमारे यहाँ पे स्किल्स है. आप देख लो ना, डॉक्टर साहब वहाँ से यूएस से आए हैं. अब अभी मैंने क्रास का एक ट्रायल था, क्रास की इंडिया में मेडिसिन नहीं है, तो उनके PI भी इंडियन है यूएस में. मैंने यहाँ से पेशेंट भेजा, 3 महीने से पेशेंट दिल्ली के टीचर हैं, बट दे आर सर्वाइविंग, वरना वो चले जाते हैं. द पॉइंट इज़ कि हमारे पास स्किल भी है, पॉपुलेशन भी है. लेट्स एंश्योर कि दुनिया का चाहे फार्मा ट्रायल हो, चाहे एकेडमिक ट्रायल हो, चाहे पेशेंट ओरिएंटेड ट्रायल हो, चाहे हॉस्पिटल ओरिएंटेड हो, हर ट्रायल हो, और ट्रायल इज़ ओके. और ट्रायल में इतना ही रिस्क है आज के टाइम में. और मैं, बिकॉज आई एम पार्ट ऑफ लॉट ऑफ प्रोटोकॉल जनरेशन, एज ए पेशेंट एडवोकेट आई कैन टेल यू, इतना ही रिस्क है जितना फ्लाइट में जा रहे हैं और मर जाएंगे गिर के. ठीक है, क्योंकि इतनी स्टडी होती है, इनकी डॉक्टर्स की PI की जान यहाँ पे अटकी होती है. मैं फैक्ट बता रहा हूँ, डरते हैं इतना क्योंकि इतने रूल्स हैं. और 2019 में जो रूल आए हैं क्लिनिकल ड्रग, उनके ड्राफ्ट कमेटी में इन कंट्रीब्यूशन मेरा भी है. ठीक है, तो मुझे पता है कि हमने कितने स्ट्रिक्ट रूल रखे हैं. अगर बचाना है अपने आप को, आने वाली जनरेशन को, तो रिसर्च लानी पड़ेगी, एंड वी हैव टू चेंज. सो थैंक यू.
थैंक यू. बहुत पैशनेटली आप तीनों ने बात किया है. आई एम रियली ग्रेटफुल, बट एंड वी आर रनिंग लिटिल लेट, तो 5 मिनट ऑल आई विल टेक. आई जस्ट वांट टू आस्क ईच ऑफ यू one क्वेश्चन. विवेक जी, you have personal experience, therefore you are so passionate. We are so passionate about research. We really truly believe that this is the only way that we can improve patients' outcomes. But this is not the common viewpoint of most patients. I'll tell you, yesterday in the OPD, I was trying to counsel a patient who has failed first line, second line treatment of lung cancer. We have a trial of immunotherapy. He said no, हमें पार्ट नहीं लेना है, हमें स्टैंडर्ड ट्रीटमेंट लेना है. I told him आपके लिए स्टैंडर्ड ट्रीटमेंट, the response rate will be less than 10%, maybe 5% response rate होगा. He said नहीं, हमें वही चाहिए. I said आपको free of cost immunotherapy मिल जाएगा. He said ये आप कह रहे हैं ट्रायल है, I do not want to take part. And this is common. Every day these patients feel this. I think we heard earlier also कि for publication या for whatever जो ये हम clinical trials कहते हैं, how can we change that attitude? How do we convince people? How do we change? And this is not the attitude in other countries, and this is why other country patients benefit and our patients are not benefiting. So Vivek ji, Vandana ji,
quick points, and it is very true, and प्रवीण जी की सपोर्ट चाहिए क्योंकि बहुत बड़ा रोल तो पहले मीडिया का है. मतलब गिनी पिग इतना बना दिया. मुझे याद है, पर आप विश्वास मानेंगे, ये ना पेशेंट एडवोकेसी आसान नहीं होता है कहना, मतलब नॉन खाली में, क्योंकि हम सोशल मीडिया पे जाते हैं, इतनी गालियाँ पड़ती हैं। मुझे बोला गया कि आपकी बीवी ने स्मोकिंग की होगी, स्मोकर है। स्टिग्मा की बात कर, भैया स्टिग्मा है, लंग कैंसर में इतना गंदा स्टिग्मा है, लिटरली इतनी गंदी गंदी गालियाँ, झूठ बोल रहे तुमने स्मोकिंग की हो, तुम्हारे माँ बाप ने किया होगा, उसने किया होगा, स्टिग्मा भी है। और क्लिनिकल ट्रायल पर तो मीडिया बैठी थी सामने और हम प्रोग्राम कर रहे थे। शायद मेदांता से कोई डॉक्टर है ना यहाँ पे, एक थे अभी, हाँ मेदांता भी था 3-4 साल पहले, मीडिया बैठा हुआ था और उन्होंने पूछा कि कैसा रहा आपका गिनी पिग एक्सपीरियंस, कुसुम से पूछा। तो कुसुम ने एक बात बोली थी कि अगर गिनी पिग होने के बाद में मैं 6 साल हो गए तो इस टाइम उसको 6 साल बाद यहाँ बैठी हूँ तो आई एम प्राउड टू बी ए गिनी पिग। ठीक है, तो पहली बात तो ये है। दूसरा मैम आपका जो ये आंसर है ना, आई थिंक इट इज़ अबाउट कम्युनिकेशन। जो लैंग्वेज है ना, कम्युनिकेशन सब कुछ बात पे है, क्योंकि आप जहाँ बात कर रहे हो, क्योंकि बहुत संजीव ने सही बात बोली, वो ट्रायल वर्ड जुड़ा हुआ है ना, तो लोगों के अंदर डर है। पर अगर पेशेंट एडवोकेट की बात करूँ, मेरे पास पर डे मेरी ईमेल आईडी पे 50 से 60 ईमेल आते हैं सिर्फ सिंगल क्वेरी के कि इसका क्लिनिकल ट्रायल कहाँ से मिलेगा, क्योंकि वो हमारे एक्सपीरियंस से, पेशेंट के एक्सपीरियंस सुन रहे हैं। आज के टाइम में जितने भी टाटा हॉस्पिटल में NGOs हैं, अगर वो इस बात को भी हेल्प करना स्टार्ट कर दे कि क्लिनिकल ट्रायल के क्या फ़ायदे हैं और ट्रायल में इस फ्लाइट जितना ही रिस्क है और इसके क्या क्या फ़ायदे मिलेंगे, जो जैसे मैं अपनी जगह कर रहा हूँ, जो जिसने मुझे सुना वो मेरी वीडियो देख के पूछ रहा है। और डॉक्टर्स, आई नो यू हैव लिमिटेशन कि आप यू कांट गिव ओवर हाइप थिंग, बट यूजिंग द राइट वर्ड एंड कनेक्ट एंड गेटिंग दिस सिस्टम एटलीस्ट इन द टाटा हॉस्पिटल, एंड जर्नी वहीं से स्टार्ट होती है। तो आई थिंक कम्युनिकेशन इज की, बिकॉज फ्रॉम वेयर आई सी इज, जहाँ पे जो लोग मुझसे जुड़ रहे हैं, दे आर आस्किंग क्लिनिकल ट्रायल क्या है। मैं डॉक्टर के पास जा रहा हूँ तो वो कह रहे हैं कि आप अभी कह रहे हैं पेशेंट नहीं है, और फार्मा कंपनी के पास जा रहा हूँ कि हमारे तो सब डॉक्टर साहब वो फिल ही नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। तो मतलब हर कोई जाना चाहता है, पर कहीं ना कहीं गैप है, और जहाँ गैप होता है ना, वहाँ एक ही चीज़ का गैप होता है, दैट इज कम्युनिकेशन गैप। सो वी हैव टू डेवलप ए लैंग्वेज एंड सिस्टम टू मेक एवरीवन अंडरस्टैंड दैट इट कैन चेंज।
No, and I agree. I think as a clinician and as a doctor, there is there is something to gain. So it has to come from patients and patient advocacy and the community. I think if that can change. Vandana ji, I will ask you next, but first I want to ask Sevanti, what is your experience and how can we change this?
Advocacy.
Advocacy.
I think that is the word on the wall. It is patient advocacy. What I say, I have a conflict, right? I am the PI or the co-investigator on the trial. I'm sitting on the other side. The minute you are on the other side of the table, it's a different story altogether. It is someone who is on the same side of the table that has to speak.
Okay.
And that's where I feel it is very powerful. The voice of the patient, the caregiver, it's a camaraderie. And that is what needs to be put up. Consumer is king. Consumer wants to live. That's what we have to really enhance. And these trials are directly involved with enhancing survival. We have to project that.
Absolutely agree. And Vandana ji, I think from NGO point of view and all of you, whenever, and it is changing now, but whenever an NGO comes to us, the money is always for patient care, for medicine. If we say for research, it's usually no to start with. How can we change that, and do you think we should change that?
But I thought research में तो बहुत पैसे हैं ना, तो इसलिए
Oh madam, कहाँ? आज बिल Sevanti, what is your answer to this? Research में बहुत पैसा है?
मैम 2 तरह का रिसर्च है। तो मैं यहाँ आई तो मेरे को पैसे नहीं मिल रहे थे, बिल्कुल। कॉर्पोरेट में कोई क्यों पैसा देगा मुझे रिसर्च करने के लिए? तो सबसे पहले क्या किया कि रेगुलेटरी एनवायरनमेंट क्रिएट किया, क्लिनिकल ट्रायल सेंटर बनाया, फार्मा के ट्रायल्स लाए, कॉर्पोरेट को बताया आपको पैसे मिलेंगे, आप पैसे अर्न करोगे इससे, ये आप फ्री का नहीं कर रहे हो, जस्ट फैसिलिटेट करो सो दैट द पेशेंट्स कैन पार्टिसिपेट। यहाँ आपको एक पैसा भी पॉकेट से नहीं लग रहा है, योर हॉस्पिटल इज गोइंग टू अर्न मनी। नाउ कमिंग टू द रिसर्च दैट could be funded by NGOs or should be funded by the masses. These are our own research efforts, like Dr. Vijay Patil said, clinical research for the people, by the people. That kind of research that is applicable to Indian patients, low-cost strategies that we can bring. I always say, India will bring its own answer to the world. It will set an example. For that kind of research, we really seek your funding.
Let me add on to this that what happens is that the common notion that everybody has is that research is pharma funded. So if there's a patient who's on research or a clinical trial, then everything is going to be taken care of by the pharma. So I think this has to be first clarified to anybody who's helping out, that you also need money for doing investigative research. So once people know about it, then things will change. Because most people think that, you know, any clinical trial supported by pharma, why do you need to pay for that patient? So then the choice is, there's a patient who can recover, so help that patient rather than not knowing what, you know, what, that the research is not being funded by the pharma. So that clarity has to be brought in and explained to the, you know, likes of us, so that we can help out patients and help you in the process. And I think there has to be, like Vivek said, कि communication is the key. चाहे वो आपके और हमारे बीच में हो, चाहे वो हमारे और पेशेंट्स के बीच में हो, और चाहे वो आपके और पेशेंट्स के बीच में हो. The fact कि आज के दिन भी बहुत लोग ये समझते हैं, मतलब अब मैं इतने साल से ये काम कर रही हूँ, तो मुझे मालूम है कि हर रिसर्च में ऐसा नहीं है कि फंडिंग वहाँ से आ जाएगी और हो जाएगा और आपको ज़रूरत पड़ेगी और उन पेशेंट्स के लिए ज़रूरत पड़ेगी. लेकिन यहाँ पे कितने लोग ऐसे बैठे हुए हैं जिनको नहीं मालूम होगा, और अगर नहीं मालूम होगा तो किसकी कमी है? आपने बताने की कोशिश शायद नहीं की होगी, या आपने उतना समय नहीं दिया होगा ये बताने के लिए. So naturally the problem comes in. Similarly, like you said, you know, patients don't agree because you say it's a clinical trial. Why do you use the word trial or new medicine or something? It can be said in a very different manner, explaining to them that you can, you know, help probably in getting something for other patients too. So it's how you put the whole thing to the patient that it makes a difference. I think communication is absolutely the right word for it, that and there has to be time spent. ऐसे टेबल पे बैठ के बात नहीं हो सकती है. हर पेशेंट के साथ पेशेंट एडवोकेट्स को भी टाइम स्पेंड करना पड़ेगा और डॉक्टर्स को भी करना पड़ेगा और आपस में भी, तभी कुछ काम आगे बढ़ेगा.
ठीक है. So I will take this opportunity to say कि in investigator initiated research in India, पैसे की बहुत कमी है. We do not get funding, zero funding, and all Dr. Patil will support me here. All investigator initiated research that is done on our free time. We do because we get nothing out of this. We do it after hours, taking away our time from our family, taking away our time from anything else. It's mostly done at midnight, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, you can see. And it is impossible to get money because there is no awareness. So, ma'am, I'm saying it, there is no money. We need money. And we really try. So we can ask. So, ये किसी को पता था कि we need money for research, or nobody knew this? Yes. No. Let everybody put up their hand peacefully.
Speak from the NGO point of view. I think everyone knows why there is so much hesitation for NGOs to get involved in this. It's because of something that happened with this cervical cancer vaccine. Yeah, that was a time when the baby was thrown out with the bath water. So that is where the situation stands today. I think most NGOs would not support, as an NGO to do that. As an individual, I can. And as when we supported clinical trials for imatinib mesylate, the way that we helped was to give that patient money for a ticket to go to the US and participate. Right. We could not say take Gleevec or take imatinib mesylate when they went to the generic. Today also we cannot say take the generic, don't take Gleevec. It has to be, as an NGO, we are responsible in the long term, and we have to say whatever the doctor has said, do that. We are not medically qualified, and maybe we are not the right people to be talking to as far as clinical trials are concerned.
Okay, agreed. So I think Sanjeev ji will throw me out if I don't end the session here. So we'll move on. Thank you all. Thank you so much. If I don't end the session here. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you all the speakers who've shared their point of view on research, and it was really a fiery chat and knowing more about the issues, the problems, and where we stand today. So now, laying the foundation and the base of the whole workshop has been laid with the first session of understanding the needs and where we need to go. The aspect of importance of research and role which NGOs and patient advocate groups can do. Moving on to the most important part of the section, the second part of the workshop. Now, Lung Connect has been a collaborative effort. Every individual, every patient, every NGO who's sitting here has collaboratively worked, and we've moved and we worked together, and it's been 5 years that all of us are together and moving forward as well. So collaboratively we are here to now co-create and look at future directions as well. So the next part, so the next 20 minutes what we are going to do is divide ourselves into small groups, and each one would be wondering why this color band is. So if you all can raise your hand with your color bands. So that's the next segment. Every expert, everyone who's present in this room is an expert and can give ideas and share ideas. So this color band will indicate which group you are in. And in these small groups, we are going to discuss about doable ideas, suggestions, and the journey forward for Lung Connect. So we have 20 minutes of time for this group discussion. Every group has a mentor. I'm going to take the names of the mentors, so if they can stand and raise their hand, and the others who will follow with the same color band will go to their mentor. After 20 minutes of discussion in the group will come, one person from the group will come and share, and we'll have a panelist, we'll have panel expert over here, and they'll share about what their group has discussed as doable strategies, doable ideas on moving forward, co-creating future, taking Lung Connect to the next step. Yeah. So for the first group, the mentor for the first group is Kavita. So she's over there. So Kavita Mishra, she's the founder, she's the trustee of Jagannath Cancer Foundation. For the second group, so Kavita has a blue band, so everyone with a blue band. Yes, over there, yeah. So we'll have 3 groups sitting in this room and working, and 1 group can go outside and discuss, yeah. The second group, the 2 mentors are Samina Bilji and Jyoti Patil. Samina, yellow, and Jyoti Patil. That's group 2. The third group is Vivek Sharma. That is white band. And the last group, Dr. Vandana. Can I see? Oh, you're there. Hi. Yeah. So Dr. Vandana and Prabhat are in group 4. So the green. So one group will go outside, and since we are running short of time, we have only 20 minutes. The groups get up, set, and in 20 minutes come back for presentation. One group go, whichever group. Group 3 is going outside, so group 1, 2, and 4 can be here itself.
In the group 2 with the yellow band, kindly assemble in this on this chair, please. So anybody with the yellow band, please come here and we'll assemble. Okay. Okay, so we'll just go in that corner. Thank you. Really sorry for the confusion. There is one group sitting on the end, so we can be at the center.
एक्सक्यूज मी, एक रिक्वेस्ट सभी लोगों से रहेगा प्लीज़ कि जो हमारा चार्ट करना है वो हम लोग लंच के टाइम पे करेंगे. अभी प्लीज़ हमें आपकी आइडिया की ज़रूरत है और आप सब लोग एक्सपर्ट हैं, तो आप प्लीज़ हमें सजेस्ट कीजिए कि लंग कनेक्ट को कैसे हम आगे बढ़ाएं. तो प्लीज़, सो येलो ग्रुप इज हियर, ऑल येलो, ब्लू ग्रुप इज देयर, blue is there, green is there. हाँ, जय अपने ग्रुप में चलिए. नहीं वो सब बाद में. प्रभात जी, आपका अभी आप ब्लू ग्रुप दे दीजिए मैम को. मैम है ना भी. हाँ, चाय पी के चलिए मैम को रुकेंगे. हाँ, व्हाइट बाहर उधर, व्हाइट उधर. शशांक, पैंट आप लोगों को.
And fortunately we have all contact there, so it is just you have to make the available that contact. We can tell them that if you agree and some sort of this type of that can be kept.
Absolutely, sir.
Also.
Very valid.
सर एक सिंपल
स्टैंडी yes
सिंपल स्टैंडी पीजीआई चंडीगढ़ में हम लोगों ने भेज दी थी. From that पीजीआई चंडीगढ़ से we got around today we have got more than 200 patients and caregivers listed that. And that inspired us. प्रभात जी आपका सवाल का जवाब देता हूँ. That inspired us to start Lucknow, Calcutta, Chennai, Bangalore, Mumbai, Ludhiana, and this thing. So we are spreading accordingly.
Yes.
So absolutely there is no problem. And of course the doctors, the clinics, basically a small a painting or a picture frame addressed to that particular thing and engaging care patients and patients from the same city is very important.
I think in this conference, I think Lung Connect team, what they have done, that all these QR code is being kept on every, I think, kit tomorrow. Every lung doctor who is attending this will get this QR code. And I think that's why the role of doctors will also be very critical, so that they also share with their patients, and then these patients either can start a local.
Other thing which I can think of that, as you mentioning that in that particular, like in a Mumbai, if someone has to contact some sort of a contact number for a Mumbai, if you have query, you can contact. For a Lucknow patient, so patients or caregiver who agrees for that, their number can be that if you have any questions and all that, you can contact. So that will also help.
Sure.
And same thing will become, local language people. We have too many languages.
One last comment on this.
And in this, how does one attempt to take a operating system approach to a hardware like this? That's one. Second, how does one establish credibility? There's a saying in Tamil, Sangilen Vandadan Tirtham. Pani hai, shang se pani aata hai, usko hi tirat bolte hai na. So when we say Lung Connect, in terms of this is end of the day medicine. Credibility is absolutely important. Or while we might look at whatever comes relating to health in Wikipedia, Google or WebMD, but when you look at a Mayo Clinic site or an equivalent site, people feel that comfort and confidence saying that it is credible. So for Lung Connect to be absolutely successful, can we, for example, request NCG saying whatever content we put in endorsed by NCG? There are close to, as you said, sir, every hospital of an NCG, public, private and government, there are close to 300 odd of them. Can we put a standee or a QR code across every single patient or patient's partner going through as a case might be to spread that? I mean, just a couple of thoughts for
Sure. Very valid. Yep.
Our experience is almost everybody is cooperating. Everybody is ready to do that. That is what is our experience.
So just to sum up, the key points from this particular thing is the very first thing which stayed with me was regarding involving professionals and other stakeholders at no cost. So I think every head, NGO, CEO, director and all will be very happy to say that let us even look at these options and motivate people to join the whole course. And yeah.
So Amitabh Bachchan said, मेरे पास पैसा नहीं है, मेरा आवाज़ है, लेना है तो ले सकते हैं क्या? So why not?
Yeah. So that whole aspect of, trying more, getting in more people, more voices to talk about this, having multiple chapters across the country, in getting endorsement from academic groups and all, talking about the content being validated, involving clinicians and physicians from across the country, which I think the first action step is going to begin in tomorrow when the conference begins. So all the clinicians present in the group who are going to be a part of the conference, I'm sure they'll bring it up with their other colleagues and people coming from across the country. So I'm happy to say that, the first action will be taken in tomorrow itself. And translating something of this in the regional languages, and if this is going to be a part of the kit and which can be given to every participant who's coming in the conference, the reach in across the country is going to happen as well. Yeah. Inviting group 4 to come and share their thoughts.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Vinita Menon from Myeloma Friends Charitable Trust, and we are very happy to be here, Dilip and myself, because any organization needs a foundation. If you want to work, it really needs a base, and it needs a huge base. Lung Connect has already made its base from at least the last 6 years, and the kind of work I think Sandeep ji and Vivek ji and all of them who have been associated with Lung Connect can already be seen with the kind of reach they already have. But any organization, for it to sustain itself, needs a foundation. And how do you go about it? One of the things that is rather the most important thing is you need to make a start. And you need to make a start as a body. Nobody can really even think about you. Yes, you are Lung Connect, but do you have a registration? Are you a registered body? Can you be contacted at one address? Do you have your own office? Do you have your own charitable commissioner's requirements? Now this becomes the core of your existence. And this core is extremely important. So as a group, I would like to thank my group first, our mentor Prabhat ji, who really took it on himself to be able to control it and give us the best from us. So we've just got 5 points. I'm going to go through 5 points, but they actually are the life of Lung Connect, because how Lung Connect will go ahead is this will be what will be decided. So the first thing that came ahead was, how does Lung Connect work? Does it work with somebody? Does it work independently? The eventual consensus was that it needs to have an independent body registration. I am sure in the kind of 6 years that the work has been done, this definitely may be on top of their head to say, no, we need to be number one in the country, number one globally, as the only body that can represent lung cancer in India. The premium body where every single patient can go to their website, because once you have an organized body, you have your registration, you need a website, everything will come in place. So the first thing was an independent body registration. Now in this independent body registration, we had two options. One was whether it needs to function as an NGO, which I'm sure I think it is already functioning like one, a formal registration. And two, I think it was like a Section 8 company where you can take in CSR funds. Now this would definitely depend upon the kind of model that you are looking at. From what I see for Lung Connect, you have various verticals which are very important to you, and one of them is being completely patient-centric. So when you're patient-centric, funding becomes extremely important to be able to carry out the activities that you're going to have for the future. How are you going to decide what are the amount or what are your budgets that they say? You already have a lot of budgeting where donors are coming in with the kind of treatments that you have, the money already coming in from there. So you will have about 3 or 4 verticals, and in these 3 or 4 verticals, you will need to have heads for it. So it's the governance and the advisory body. Now depending upon what your model is, whether your model is something where one of your verticals is patient-centric, second your vertical is fundraising, third your vertical is for donations, fourth your vertical is for activities, and fifth vertical is how are you going to psychologically deal with people, what are the kind of skills that you are be able to share with them. I think yoga was there, music therapy was there. So these are various verticals that would have to be within the framework of your registration. Secondly is defined as the kind of scope. Lung Connect has a huge scope. I mean, everybody has lungs. We are talking about lungs constantly from even the point of view of the environment. Trees are being cut. Air pollution is going to a different level. My own daughter, the minute there is dust, she is down with a severe allergy. You're popping in Allegra, Abacil, God knows what. So every family has a problem with the lungs. Every family at some point in their lives need to go to a pulmonologist. They need to go to an allergy specialist. Later on it goes to cancer, that's a different matter. So your basic thing, as they said, was prevention. So again, what is your scope? The definition of scope. So this will actually come in your articles, your memorandum of understanding. What are the areas that you're going to sing? And I would say deciding on your budgets and your finances is the first and most important factor, because you have a huge scope in terms of being able to fund patients. How are you going to fund them? Who is going to fund them? When are they going to be funded? That is one aspect. After that you come, we were talking about chapters. We as myeloma friends are also looking at chapters. As Dilip had mentioned, he's the founder trustee, he mentioned that we are already in about 8 or 9 cities. We plan to expand to every single city in Bombay which requires assistance. There will be a myeloma patient in every city. Does it get access? No. He may be able to go to AIMS, he may be able to go to PGI, Tata Memorial, but across the country in a smaller city, how will we get connected? So chapters are very important, and chapters being patient-centric. Resources, you can take up various topics. So these are the resources that will come in. Secondly, focus on generating funds. I think that is the most important thing of any NGO or any kind of organization who is in this field. So now this needs specialized, I would say, inputs, professionals, as well as the fact is that we all need to look at generating funds. So I think this is where it comes, but the first and the most important thing is the decision to decide whether you work as an NGO or a Section 8 company, or how do you do, what is the scope of your model. So thank you very much. I think I would like to, I'm sure I haven't met Vivek ji and Sanjeev ji this thing, but congratulations to whatever that you have done. I know how difficult it is. We've had an 11-year journey. I am a survivor for 11 years. I was diagnosed in 2011, but I would say myeloma has given me the life. I have never thought that cancer is a problem. It took me just 4 days to accept it, and I was done after that. Google definitely helped by saying that you only have 5 years to live. It is now 11 years, and we have patients. I would like to take his name. His name is Mahendra Bhanushali. He's just about gone through everything. He's gone through an ASCT, he's gone through a stem cell transplant, he's gone through an allo, he's gone through an haplo, and he is doing amazingly well. He's taking part in the Tata Marathon as a senior citizen. So,
we have a patient who has relapsed for 8 times and he is doing wonderfully well, like he is normal. You know, absolutely normal. I myself have relapsed for 3 times, 2 bone marrow transplant, 1 spine surgery. Presently I am on a maintenance and in complete remission.
I've had 2 relapses. I've had one ASCT. I'm on maintenance, but it has not dimmed my enthusiasm or my passion to see that myeloma friends will reach to every single person in India and globally. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
If and when the team decides to go ahead on any of the route, we as a group of individuals and or an organization can help you to set it up end to end. We have done that for a lot of people. In case you desire, we can set it up and also defray some of the initial operating costs to just get people going. In case you decide to go that route. Many today don't, because if you want a foreign funder to fund you, you can forget it. FCRA clearances are done. And if you're a charitable trust, any person being a trustee today, nobody wants to be a trustee because it's an unlimited liability. So you need to think through the pros and cons of it in this era. But in that event, still you decide to go ahead, we're more than happy to help you think through all the pros and cons and come back with it. Actually, it's a great initiative. Unless you're spot on, unless there is a legal entity, unless there is a quote unquote an administrative mechanism, it is very difficult to sustain scale and get a degree of professionalism, as Dr. and others have indicated in the long run.
Yeah, actually that is what gives you the credibility. And I think both Dilip and myself have been through this process, though we are a trust. I would say that endorsement should come within the patients because they themselves are celebrities. Because their lives and their stories, nobody can ever replicate or duplicate because they can talk from their heart. And that's what's, I mean, both of us have been on a patient-centric, patient group. We both talk, we both counsel, and our stories inspire people. So thank you.
I'll request the other panelists to share their points and views.
I think whenever we are thinking for forming a body, I think the two most important thing which I can think is that patients and their caregivers should be a part of that. They should be part, because NGO's member can be there, doctors can be there, but the most important and most influential person in that body will be the patient or their caregivers who wants to contribute some time. Because whenever we see patient in OPD, there are some young guys who comes and even like we see lung cancer, bladder cancer, testicular cancer. So in their caregiver are ready to contribute. Sir, हमको कुछ करना है. आप बताइए क्या करना है. So those type of we have to identify those kind of people who can give them at least 3 hours or 4-5 hours in a week for that dedicated side, because then they have the tendency to give some to the society. So it should not be a body of doctors or NGOs. It should be comprised of a patient and their caregiver. That will give the boost to that.
Thank you.
Spot on. मैं बताता हूँ. Very simple thing. जब हम लोग as a patient हम किसी से बात करते हैं और हमारी story जब share करते हैं ना,
that have an impact.
person is enrolled. The other patient and caregiver is enrolled. That's it. Finished.
So, yes, point well taken. Any other comment and any from the experts?
Only one thing is, once it is registered, these groups can also get a accreditation of the global lung cancer support groups, because that helps, because then there are a lot of resources in terms of education and many other things you can also share. So I think now Lung Connect should be part, because India there is no lung specific group. I think ALK positive, Vivek ji and others, they are part, but I think Lung Connect also as a group can be part of those global consortiums.
Just reading through, maybe I'm jumping ahead. One comment which this Kumar sir had told quite some time back, especially in a lung, what historically has happened in terms of tests is everyone wants a test which is relevant to that particular medicinal therapeutic. Suppose somebody will say ALK or ERP or HER2 or KRAS. Until recently there was no drug for KRAS. So what we are taking a bit of counterintuitive approach. We are saying when you go to an NGS test, especially a large panel, historically it's all been like in an examination, you select out of 10, 3 or 4. So what we are trying to do is you answer all upfront, and it depends on patient's choice of which one he wants to go or don't go. So in an NGS test, what we are trying to do is get a large panel upfront with PD1, PDL1, MSI, TMB, everything. So the patient and or the concerned clinician at the front end has multiple options to go to a pathway rather than whether a particular PAP is available or not available kind of approaches. So we're thinking through this with Kumar sir. We'll probably talk about it offline as to how to execute it, and for that we can't do it on our own.
True.
Platforms like Lung Connect will be a very interesting convening group because they represent the voice of the patient and not any one individual.
Sure. So,
no, there's only one overall comment I have to make on Lung Connect is that just learning from experience, I think we should be careful not to be everything for everyone. So you have to figure out what is it that you're good at and where is the gap. So that's the only sense I got from the, we can further talk about how we want to, because the kind of volunteers you will sign up, the kind of employees you will sign up will all depend on what is it that you want to do. And going forward, as you grow, you'll do a lot of activities, but unless you have a track record to show that I have helped 10 patients, 500 patients, it will be a challenge. And how? How have you helped? So those kind of aspects I think you need to think about seriously now before you start institutionalizing. So your scope should be very clear. This is what I'll do, this is what I'll not do. Maybe because the country is not ready yet. Because from what I understood of clinical trials, it's a massive mountain you may not be able to climb at this stage. So you may have to decide early on what is it that you want to do, what you can't do right now. That's all, yeah.
Just the last part is, registering is definitely important, and I would say that, to add to that, amongst all the points that were mentioned, there should be also a succession plan to how you're going to take the organization ahead, because, we hear a couple of names when we talk about Lung Connect, but what happens after that? So, that also has to be built in terms of the planning.
Any other last comments?
I have a request to make it all the NGOs. Just for a minute.
Sure.
Or else
The other thing is that whenever we are forming a body, it should be of a multi-cities. So it's not be only in Mumbai. People should from other
We'll complete
all,
and then you can make a request.
all should be included. It should be a multi cities should have, so everyone feels connected. Let's not be a Mumbai patient or there one or two. So that will give you some. So I think that you have to think on from that.
So loads of things to think about, and I think loads of things for the core team to come up with a decision, whether it is registering as a body, how do we move as a chapter, defining the scope of what we can do and what we can't do, and where will we limit ourselves. Just to sum up a couple of suggestions which can be readily implemented from these 4 group discussions is, we are looking at regionalizing stuff, translation of stuff and education material so that it's easily accessible to patients. We are looking at spreading awareness, advertising, so including our new partner, trying and enrolling media advertisement experts so that we can spread awareness and reach out to every patient, every caregiver, every person across the country. Including influencers or celebrity experts who can endorse, including in the team trying and getting an accreditation from organizations who will endorse the content which is there and endorse an important, I would say, clinicians and doctors and hospitals endorsing Lung Connect as well. So which will build the credibility of this whole thing. Okay. And yes, it is patient-centric and it is going to be patient-led. So far, that's the route which has been taken, and that's the way forward as well, with chapters, ambassadors, and the path forward. Yeah. Over to Usha Didi.
So the panel has to leave?
Yeah, the panel can come down. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your expert comments.
नहीं क्या हो गया? But then there are 2 things which is. There is something else. There are 2 more speakers before 2 o'clock. Okay, where's this gone?
Slide.
Looking forward.
Slide. नहीं changer नहीं, वो slide आगे वाला.
Yeah, okay. I think Dr. Noronha had pinned me down to this earlier, and we do this every time that we are an organization से हाँ ये होना चाहिए, ये करना चाहिए, मगर ये होना चाहिए, करना चाहिए से बात नहीं होते. We look for ownership कि कौन आगे आएगा, कहेगा ये मैं कर सकती हूँ या मैं कर सकता हूँ या मेरी संस्था इसमें मदद देगी. तो as we've been listening, the overwhelming problem is बाहर जो हम बोल रहे थे कि टाटा हॉस्पिटल की और जगह में भी सेंटर्स आ रहे हैं और यहाँ इतने पेशेंट्स हैं कि जो है उनको बिल्कुल फुर्सत नहीं है अपने काम में. तो we don't want that kind of situation to develop at the other locations. We know that they're doing well. All the other hospitals, Varanasi, etc., are doing extremely well. और जो बढ़ रहे हैं वहाँ भी तो patients बढ़ने वाले हैं when you consider Guwahati, Vizag and so on. So we should think now कि आगे का क्या है. So we're looking for navigators, 5 for outside Bombay and 1 manager as a kind of network. See, basically you have to think of Lung Connect as a network which we hope to grow. This was the theme of this time's conference, that we've begun here, we're doing well here, we're connecting with patients all over, but how do we take the organization itself forward? So this is just a thought I'm leaving with all the NGOs over here. Could you all please think about, I mean, I'm not pinning people down to commit today. If somebody wants to raise their hand and say, yes, we can help with any of the things we're talking about, well and good. Otherwise, everybody knows Sanjeev is here who will take care of the things going forward. As we, from the first session, we learned that one problem, as we said, besides the navigators, which I'm hoping if anybody has to say, raise your hands, or like I said, connect to Sanjeev later. Financial help for investigations, that has been a recurring theme. I think it was an education for everybody of the needs that are there. So if there are any sources of funding for that, please, please step forward. For 25 lakhs for 250 patients and emergency funds of 30 lakhs for 60 patients. Any organization willing to help towards this, please, anybody willing to commit anything now that they can help with or consider it? हाँ, संजीव से बात कर सकते हैं बाद में अगर कुछ कहना बोलना है तो. Accommodation, always, हर साल जब हम मिलते हैं ऑनलाइन और फिजिकली हमेशा बात आती है accommodation की. At this time, doctor has been very specific, accommodation near the hospital. So, and I could pin somebody in the room down, but I like her too much to do it. But we do know of accommodation relatively close to the hospital, I think, which is not being used fully. So perhaps that is something which could be tapped in a longer situation. बात हो सकती है उसके में. Doctor has explained the importance of the PICC line being available for patients, and and this, she says that we're looking for 10 PICC line per patient, 10 patients to be accommodated, to be inserted to the PICC line every month. I think this is something which can easily be picked up by any small NGO also who is raising funds for this thing. And then the drugs. We've discussed this, and this has been the recurring theme in our past meetings, that the social work department is able to help patients who are in the lower category. Aha, I just spoke about you and you walked in without mentioning you. Anyway, so we've always talked about the inability of patients from the middle class to afford. That was a recurring theme again today. And in the past, we've had people like Madad come forward for this. So looking for support for about 25 more patients in the year. And then again, I think the NGS tests for 30 patients a month in continuation of the current support. So please contact Sanjeev. If anybody can think about it, take this message back, discuss within your committees and teams and so on, and check if you all can do anything to help Lung Connect, because this is something, as we know, Lung Connect is not able to do this without the support of the others. Thank you. If I can get one person to raise their hands about something, no, I'll feel, chalo, kuch to hua. Yeah, Sanjeev, aapko mil gaya. Particularly, he has already committed to about forming the organization, but और किसी के लिए भी Venkat's there to help us. Thank you. And that's a big one. उनसे help मिलना बहुत बड़ी बात.
Thank you so much for reminding us again about all the things that we need to do. We are coming towards the end of the session, but this is not just the end. So I invite Dr. Ajay Singh to come and do a summary and the way forward. And after that, I would request everyone to wait here so we can do a group photograph as well.
Thank you, Sanjeev ji, for inviting me. And first of all, I have not prepared anything regarding this, so I decided I'll come to the conference. I'll attend from the start and I'll see how it's going. So I think this was a very successful workshop, because for last 4 hours I'm seeing no one is seeing their smartphones. So first time, once everybody is addicted to smartphones. So in first time in my since the discovery of smartphone, I'm seeing this for 4 hours. People are not involved in their looking in their smartphone. So obviously it's a very successful. I'm very happy to be a part of this conference. So coming to the today's summary. So we started with the Vanitha ma'am's lecture regarding how this Lung Connect platform was formed and why it was needed, how it started and how it is now growing and what are the further needs. And then we had a panel discussion regarding need of the cancer patients and how the clinician can make them self-reliant. And the hot topic of that was the clinical research and need to redefine the intent of the treatment like curative or palliative. This was the hot topic in that panel discussion. And after that, we had a panel discussion by Dr. Sevanti ma'am and Vandana Gupta ma'am and Vivek Tomar sir, who had discussed regarding the evolving treatment in lung cancer patient. And again, in that, the hot discussion was the research and availability of clinical trials in India and again in the multi-center places in the India. And in that we had experience sharing also, and the benefit and the risk was discussed regarding clinical trials, and it was concluded that the clinical trials are much needed in at present in India in oncology setup. Then we had this 4-group discussion regarding how we can take forward this Lung Connect platform further. So starting from the how to increase the patient education, then how to make this lung platform more credible. We had all point discussion. So I think all the points were well covered, but still I feel ki right now we are all people present here are just a small part of the community, and all these are related to oncology. So if we want to make this Lung Connect platform successful, we need to take this Lung platform Connect platform beyond the oncology community. Because I remember when I did my leave the MBBS as a physician, when I did my MD medicine degree, then I practiced for 2 or 2.5 years as a physician in Nair Hospital. So during those 4 to 5 to 6 years, I have never seen a single cancer patient. Even once that patient was diagnosed as a cancer, we don't had any interest, we just refer to Tata Hospital or any other cancer directed therapy. So we need to involve more and more people who are outside the oncology community from health from the health perspective, like cardiologists or nephrologists. Even today also, if I communicate with my colleagues, those who are practicing cardiology or nephrology, they don't have any interest. So I think in future we need to involve more and more people who are doctors or healthcare professionals who are not oncologists but having other specialty. And maybe in coming few years, I hope ki Sanjeev Sharma sir will involve more and more people from the health, other this specialty. And again, coming to the patient's perspective, we need to involve not only the people who are involved in Tata, but again outside the Tata, like some celebrity or some political leader who come and again help us to grow this Lung Connect platform. So maybe these are the future looking forward to. In coming years, we will see more and more, and this hall will be bigger, and it will be more interesting to grow this platform and help the oncology community, not only in lung cancer patient, but in all kind of cancer patient. And maybe we see beyond the lung cancer, maybe colon cancer, stomach cancer, and as the future go, we have more and more division in this Lung Connect platform. So thank you all of you for attending this platform and success and be a part of this successful workshop.
Thank you so much for summarizing the entire half-a-day session. I request each one of you to step forward, and how do you want us to stand? So I request all of you all to come forward so we can do a group photograph. That's the ritual every year. So.
जाते हैं ना, हाइट वाले पीछे आ जाते हैं.
लंबे लोगों को पीछे सारे हैं एग्जैक्टली. दैट्स अ गुड क्वेश्चन. अरे अभिराम, I think you just have to keep moving.
तो दिखता ही नहीं है तो मैं भी आगे
मैडम आगे जाओ, बैठ जाओ.
आप जाइए ना आगे.
हो कि नहीं पता ही नहीं चला, आगे जाओ.
चलो
जाओ मैडम.
नीचे बैठो. ओके फाइन.
Breathe out. Sanjeev ji, breathe in, breathe out. एडिट कर देना.
सर आप आगे आइए ना. अरे आप आगे जरा आइए. मनी साहब आप आगे जाइए. आप पीछे मत खड़े रहिए.
मैं ऐसे खड़ा था.
हाँ वही थोड़ा सा पैरों की
आप एक काम करो, आप चेयर पे चढ़ जाओ. सबको भूख लगा है, आप इतना देर करेंगे.
फोटो अच्छा दे.
ये लग गए क्या हमारे हैं. हम सब एक बार सब लोग करेंगे. ग्रीन एंड येलो सब लाइन से
या इमारतीत आगीच्या धोक्याची सूचना जारी झाली आहे. कृपया शांतपणे जवळच्या जिन्यानं या इमारतीपासून दूर अंतरावर आणि पूर्वनियोजित सुरक्षित स्थानी एकत्रित उभे राहा.
फाइन बोलना तो बात करके खाने की बात बोलते तो बात थे.
Please remain calm and stand by near the speakers for further instructions. कृपया ध्यान दीजिए. खतरे की घंटी बजी है. हमारी तहकीकात जारी है.
एक्चुअली वो भी एक अच्छा तरीका है ना
क्या
कॉपी करने
पागल
का।
किसी को कुछ आर्ट
बोले उन लोग टाइम से ज़्यादा टाइम दे रहे चलो
हाँ वही तो
questions. Otherwise, international speakers. Audience. International talk असणार ते इथे दिसणार. बाकी काय? तेच फक्त फिट करायचं. हा तो करेल तो, माझं टेन्शन नाही. ऑपरेटचं काही टेन्शन येणार नाही.
बाकी हार्डवेयर सर्व आहे.
So, उसमें क्या हो बेसिकली तो क्या है कि जैसे ये लिंक पे ओपन करेंगे आपके टॉप देगा, उसके बाद में टू वे कम्युनिकेशन भाई इधर से सो जैसे आपको मैडम उसने क्वेश्चन पूछा हेलो डॉक्टर व्हाट इज ब्लड, तो वो टू वे कम्युनिकेशन चलेगा और
उसको सबको पिंग करके
सबको पिंग कर, और ये पूरा का पूरा ना ऑल इंडिया 25 सेंटर है, कितना सेंटर है 25 सेंटर से कनेक्टेड.
तुझं किती वाजता?
अरे यार ये तो हमारा तो कंटिन्यूस चल रहा है, सुबह सुबह एक बार 8 बजे आके कर, बिकॉज हमारा कल 9 से लेके शाम के 6 मतलब 6:45 को हम आपको देंगे, बल्कि 7 o'clock को ही देंगे, जिससे तुम्हारा बंदा आया तो आप सुबह 8 बजे आके करेक्ट. अपना ट्रायल वैसे भी कल 8 बजे होने वाला है ना, कल 8 बजे आके करो बराबर.
एक बार लिंक पे देखो ना एक्टिव.
हाँ
वो भी देखो.
हाँ तो कल 8 बजे
वो कोई भी तुला सांगतो का?
सर कल 9 बजे से मीटिंग है, 9 से लेके 7 बजे तक का मीटिंग है, वो बहुत हाई मॉर्निंग. उसके जस्ट बाद
तुमचं जेवढं पण नेहमी करतो तसंच तो लागणार. बाकी काय मेन तो फक्त मी मेन काय म्हणते, माझा मेन हा फायदा आहे. मी तिथून ऑपरेट करणार, तो तिकडून फक्त पिन तिकडे करायचा. पिनचं टेन्शन नाही होणार. इथे जेव्हा बोलणार तो फक्त ऑटोमॅटिक तो ऑटोमॅटिक बाकी काय इशू नाही. अशी सेवा ते फक्त तेवढं सकाळी कोण येणार नाही. सकाळी माझं ड्युटी असणार, कारण मी 5मध्ये असणार. माझं सेटअप सकाळी सुरू होणार. हार्डली 15 मिनटं तुझा सेटअप ॲज इट इज रेडी. एवढा बघू ते करू. हा असणार, हा आहे 6 वाजता येईल. किती
कनेक्टिविटी आ गया है ना, मेरा एक आउटपुट इनको आ गया है.
अपना मेन मीटिंग को डिस्टर्ब नहीं होगा, शाम को 6 बजे आके अपना
स्लो वॉल्यूम में हम लोग सुनेंगे.
मैसेजेस कॉल लग रही है ना ब्रांडिंग, मतलब आप अंदर कुछ करना है तो आप करा सकते हो, पर उसका कोई प्लेटफॉर्म कल आएगा ना, मुझे नहीं पता ब्रांडिंग कहाँ लगाने, अगर लगाना है तो आप लगा सकते हो, मतलब वी हैव अ फ्रीडम. आप रिक्वेस्ट सेंड अगर आपको खड़ा करें तो खड़ा
मेन हा तोच आहे. तिकडून क्वेश्चन आन्सर झाला. तुझ्याकडे इंटरनेट आहे ना? आहे हायब्रिडच चालू. इंटरनेट तो टेन्शन नाही. फिक्स डेडिकेट नाही ना. हे ना फ्लक्च्युएट नाही झालं. जो भी रन करना है वो करेंगे. खाली अपने यहाँ से जो जोन पे चलने वाला वहाँ पे स्क्रीन पे
ये आपको एज इट इज मिलेगा. यू विल नॉट
खाली जो
माइक
चालू किया उधर उधर देख
Hello. A very good afternoon to all. Master your breath. Let the self be in bliss. Contemplate on the sublime within you. A very good afternoon and welcome to the 6th annual year-end review in lung cancer. Lung cancer is one of the most serious health concerns that affect both men and women. Lung cancer ranks as 4th leading cause of cancer-related death in India. If lung cancer is detected in early stage and has not spread, it has better chance of being cured. We all know that, right? Yeah. So today we are here to listen to various experts and understand how to cure and control this disease. To begin the session and to unveil the theme, I call upon Mrs. Shweta Garg, Assistant Nursing Superintendent of Tata Memorial Hospital, a very well-known figure in our hospital, right? Yeah, she has done her Masters in Oncology Nursing from HBNI University and Hospital Administration from TISS, working as Assistant Nursing Superintendent of Tata Memorial Hospital, and has more than 25 years of experience in clinical teaching and administration. Has presented papers at national and international level and has taken various topics in conferences and workshops. She is also a life member of ONI and AORN. I welcome you, ma'am, to unveil the theme.
Thank you, Reena, and welcome you all. A warm welcome. So after the heavy lunch, all of you will enjoy the sessions also, hopefully. So today we have various types of session script, and it is on lung cancer. And mainly if you see the theme, which will help you to update your knowledge, and hopefully after these sessions and after this workshop, you will surely feel satisfied that you have gained lots of new things which are happening around you. So today my session is on novel approaches, updates and perspective for lung cancer nursing. So in that, what are the novel? Novel means new, right? So what are the new things happening around us regarding the lung cancer? All of you know, because historically the prognosis of the individual diagnosis with lung cancer has been bleak. They say once the lung cancer's prognosis is not that good because the progression is very fast. And there are various types of lung cancer which is likely crudely classified as, one is small cell lung cancer and the other is non-small cell lung cancer. Actually, I think most of you are aware of various types of lung cancer, so we should have a interactive session, okay? So in what we say is NSCLC. What are the other subtypes? Histopathologically, if we see, adenocarcinoma, squamous carcinoma are common, and there is also one type, it is large cell carcinoma. So depending on the type of cancer, their histology, we have the treatment, okay? So for each subdivision, the treatment is different. Yes or no? Yes. So we have seen various types of lung cancer. Now we will see, can you just answer me what are the main treatment modalities for any of the cancer? Yes, surgery, radiation and chemotherapy. Now we have added upon immunotherapy, targeted therapy, and in the radiation therapy there is a stereotactic ablation therapy and so on. So we will first see what are the new things happening regarding the diagnosis and staging. All of you know that staging is done with the TNM classification? Yes. So here also it was the classification and staging was done through the TNM classification. But recently, the International Association for the Study of Lung Cancer, they have given 8th edition of lung cancer where they have just stages of the cancer, they have just grouped together so that the treatment can be given. It is important to accurately stage the patient with lung cancer as this contributes to the treatment option and the prognosis should be better. When you are doing the staging, the PET-CT, it's playing very important role. PET-CT and EBUS. I'll say the full form. What is PET-CT? Positron emission tomography with computed tomography. It helps in the staging of the patient. Also, endobronchial ultrasound, that you in short form you call as a EBUS, that helps for the mediastinal lymph node identification for the sampling accurately the stage. So thus these are the newer thing which has come in the lung cancer for the staging. Now we will see about the treatment. First we will see the thoracic surgery. Thoracic surgery, what was the age-old method? Open surgery, right? Open thoracic lobectomy or this thing. But now early stage lung cancer who are deemed fit enough for surgery, they can also go under surgery, that is video assisted your thoracotomy. Earlier it was very difficult. If suppose patient has got comorbidities, to do the open thoracotomy was really challenging. But nowadays, because of the VATS, you can do for the patient who have got a comorbidities also. So perioperative mortality and long-term survival